Chapter 37-38. Foundation Transforming Pill. Ling Han chose this pill recipe. He believed that this pill recipe would bring him an astonishing amount of wealth. What was a foundation transforming pill? After consumption, it could dissolve the foundation of immortal Tao. Then wouldn't this thing be no different from poison to martial artists? Why would Ling Han choose it? That was because when one broke through to foundation establishment, they needed to first dissolve their own foundation of immortal Tao, and the foundation transforming pill could be of great help. For example, to break through from human foundation to heaven foundation, one had to first disintegrate the foundation of humanity, then use it as the core to forge a new foundation of immortal Tao. There was a problem. The foundation of immortal Tao was extremely sturdy, and some people didn't have the ability to shatter it. This wasn't a fight where one could forcefully shatter the foundation of immortal Tao. Therefore, the foundation transforming pill could be of great help. Moreover, the foundation transforming pill could also remove impurities, further purifying the foundation of immortal Tao. Many foundation transforming pills could be consumed to purify the foundation of immortal Tao step by step. The Heaven Foundation transforming pill created this way would definitely be more flawless and perfect. The more perfect the foundation of immortal Tao, the greater the suppression effect on other foundation of immortal Tao, and the greater the immunity against high-level foundation of immortal Tao, or even immortal cauldrons. For example, Ling Han's foundation of immortal Tao was extremely perfect, and even saints couldn't suppress it. Once his foundation of immortal Tao appeared, which foundation establishment cultivator's strength wouldn't decrease sharply? After saying so much, the effects of the foundation transforming pill were obviously clear, but the problem was, since this pill was so useful, there should be many alchemists who concocted it, right? Once his foundation of immortal Tao appeared, which foundation establishment cultivator's strength wouldn't decrease sharply? This was about one of the raw materials of the foundation transforming pill. Actually, it couldn't be called a raw material, but when concocting the foundation transforming pill, alchemists needed to integrate a trace of their own immortal foundation power. This was crucial. Without this immortal foundation power, the foundation transforming pill would be a useless pill. This determined that only foundation establishment level alchemists could concoct the foundation transforming pill. But here came the problem. This foundation transforming pill was extremely difficult to concoct. Usually, only earth-grade alchemists had enough skill to concoct it. Alchemists also had cultivation requirements. For example, Ling Han was so monstrous in alchemy, but now, he could at most concoct human-level middle-grade celestial pills, and if he wanted to become an earth-grade alchemist, he had to at least have a cultivation of life core tier. Earth-grade alchemists did not have the power of immortal foundation, so how could they refine the foundation transforming pill? The foundation transforming pill was very expensive, and there was no market for it. This was because only a limited number of genius alchemists could refine it, and the foundation transforming pills that they refined were not for sale at all. Even their own forces were in short supply, so how could they sell them? Ling Han smiled. I'm the only one who can earn this money. He bought the pill recipe for the foundation transformation pill. This pill recipe was not too expensive, only 500 universe credits. Looking at the required materials, Ling Han grimaced. It was impossible to gather them on heavenly starry sky. Fortunately, isn't there the star web? Ling Han could purchase it on the star web and have someone send it directly to heavenly sea planet through a teleportation formation. But there were two problems. First, the credibility of the seller. Would he not deliver the goods after receiving the money? Second, even if the other party delivered the goods, the teleportation formation was not owned by his family. What if it was taken away by others? Of course, Ling Han could also go to the seller's celestial body through a teleportation formation or a shuttle to pick up the goods directly. But if he went around in circles, the cost would far exceed the value of the foundation transforming pill. Otherwise, it would take too long and the loss would outweigh the gain. Although Heavenly Sea Planet has recovered, it was destroyed in ancient times. In the end, it can't be compared with a real big planet. Ling Han sighed. Moreover, now that the major forces were entrenched, all kinds of immortal medicines were hoarded by themselves and were not sold at all. Even if there were the materials he needed, it would be useless. It seemed that Heavenly Sea Planet was still not suitable for cultivation. Those below the immortal path could quickly rise, but after reaching the foundation establishment stage, the shortcomings were obvious. The Star Web platform had a mechanism to ensure the safety of the goods. After the buyer chose to buy, he would first swipe the money through the Star Web platform, and then the Star Web platform would be responsible for delivering the goods. After the goods arrived and passed the inspection, the money would be transferred to the seller. During this process, the Star Web platform did not charge a service fee, but it did charge a delivery fee. However, this method was only limited to the forces of the Chang family on the celestial body, because only goods entered the teleportation formation, and they only needed to receive the goods from the teleportation formation on this side. Why didn't anyone rob the goods of the Chang family? Hehe, what kind of existence was the Chang family? An imperial family. Moreover, who would rob the goods of the Chang family? Weren't they afraid that the Chang family would ban them and make them unable to connect to the Star Web forever? Unfortunately, there was no Chang family force on Heavenly Sea Planet. Unfortunately, Ling Han could only go to other big planets in the future and purchase all the materials at once. Then, he would refine the foundation transforming pill there and sell it through the Star Web. Anyway, he did not have to bear the transportation problem. In this way, he only needed to teleport himself twice, and the cost would be greatly reduced. No matter what, he could still make a profit. After browsing for a while, an hour finally passed. He queued up and entered the arena for the second ranking battle. This time, his opponent was not a pure newcomer, but with such a low ranking, how could he be a match for Ling Han? With just a gentle wave of his hand, Ling Han ended the battle. This time, he obtained 11 points. It was obvious that the opponent this time was weak, so why did Ling Han obtain more points? It was because the second opponent had a higher number of points. Wasn't this unfair? A little, but compared to the overall mechanism of the points allocation battle, this bit of unfairness had no effect. Ling Han continued to queue up. There were 3 battles a day, and he had to complete them all. He had time again and went to the Strength Hall. This was a place to test one's strength. Previously, it was said that the 3 super newcomers, Heavenbreaker, First Beginning, and Myriad Dao, had repeatedly broken ancient records, including the Strength Hall's extreme strength. To enter this place, one had to pay extra money. This was because the test required the soul to take form, and one had to imitate a martial artist's strength and moves. This would consume extra energy, so naturally, there was a fee. So be it. This was the same as the arena, and it cost $1 cosmic a day. It was very shady. After paying, Ling Han entered the Strength Hall. There were 9 ranks of the Immortal Path, but there were only 8 branches here. They corresponded to the 8 ranks from Foundation Establishment to Nirvana. Only the Ancestral Monarch realm was missing. After becoming an Ancestral Monarch Great Emperor, the Star Web was unable to imitate a Great Emperor's strength. Moreover, an Ancestral Monarch was invincible. There could only be one in each era, so what was the point of testing one's strength? Number 1 in the present age. Even if all the previous ancestral monarchs were added up, there would only be a few. Of course, Ling Han entered the Foundation Establishment branch. He took a look. Although this was a strength hall, there were various types of strength tested. Fist strength, leg strength, explosive power, and so on. The most limitless was explosive power. No matter what method one used to attack the machine, as long as the value was high enough, one would be able to appear on the rankings. In this category, First Beginning's name was high up. Chapter 3740. What an arrogant tone. Ma Ning clenched his teeth, full of jealousy. He didn't break the record, and was far from the list, but Ling Han easily reached the 76th place. Even if he was arrogant, his strength was still there. There was no way to fight here, so Ma Ning didn't have to worry about Ling Han's strength crushing him. What, you want to beat me? Ling Han didn't bother to pay attention to him. He was a little surprised. Even though he didn't use his full strength, he only reached the 76th place. If his thoughts were known by others, he would definitely be cursed to death. You casually punched into the 76th place, what else do you want? Do you want to be number one? Ling Han gathered some power, and used the beast monkey fist. Peng, he once again landed a blow on the strength measuring machine. 98,634, on the dynamometer, a terrifying number stopped, and Ling Han's name jumped from the 76th place to the 9th place. Crazy. Ma Ning and the others opened their mouths wide, completely speechless. Even though this was only the current ranking of the explosive power of the Heaven Building Foundation, to be able to enter the top 9, how amazing was this result? Come and see, a super badass appeared in the Building Foundation Power Club. Ma Ning and the others weren't the only ones here. It was just that the others didn't test their explosive power, but Ling Han made it into the list twice. The number was so big, how could no one see it? Maybe some people missed it the first time, but the second time was definitely witnessed by many. After calling for friends, people appeared one after another. This was the Star Web. Through the means of the Great Emperor, countless people's souls were connected across the universe. Naturally, they could reach each other with just a thought, without any sense of distance. In just a short while, there were countless people here. Fortunately, this was virtual. Once there were more people, the venue would automatically enlarge itself, so there was no need to worry about crowding. The first under the starry sky. Damn, how arrogant. Hey, I know this person. He was just fighting in the ring. That's him. Hey, didn't this guy run away at the last minute? Yeah, he met Guan Xian, and he didn't even dare to fight. Wait, that Guan Xian who ranked more than 90 million? That's him. Hee. This fellow's explosive power is already ranked 9th on the Heaven Foundation list, and you're telling me that he'll be afraid of someone who's ranked over 90 million on the Star Web? To be able to rush into the top 9 with explosive power at the Heaven Foundation establishment stage, this kind of battle prowess could be ranked quite high even among Extreme Foundation establishment stage cultivators. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight someone who was ranked in the 90 million. Desertion at the last minute, what a joke. It seems like this guy is still coming. Everyone saw Ling Han raise his fist again. No way, 9th place isn't enough. Boom! Ling Han punched out. This time, he wrapped his fist with the heavenly Tao flame, and the Star Web would simulate it. Another punch landed on the strength measuring machine, and the numbers started to sway. 138,621. It had reached a new high. Oh my god, almost 140,000. This guy's battle prowess can probably crush 99% of Foundation establishment cultivators. Whoever dares to say he's a coward, I'll drown that Guan Xian with my spit. That's terrifying. 140,000 standard force. Even among Extreme Foundation establishment cultivators, he'll probably be ranked in the top 1,000. Yes, someone did an experiment before. 100,000 standard force for Heaven Foundation establishment stage is equivalent to 10,000 standard force for Extreme Foundation establishment stage. This result can definitely put him in the top 1,000 of the Extreme Foundation list. Everyone was shouting and feeling their scalps go numb. Ma Ning and the others were completely silent, and they retreated to the side with their tails between their legs. In front of them was a rising star that could illuminate the universe. Compared to him, they were just a fart. What's his rank? Number 2. Oh my God. It was impossible to be number 1, because the first place would always be number 1. Regardless of whether the record holder was a Foundation establishment cultivator or an ancestral king, the record would never be removed. Countless years had passed, and countless prodigies had pushed this record higher. To reach the top, one had to surpass all the prodigies in history. Was that even possible? The super monster Shi had just appeared, and he even surpassed many ancestral kings back then. Could someone even more monstrous come out? What a pity. Yes, if this person appeared before Shi, then he might really be able to surpass all the others and become number 1. But now, he can only settle for number 2. However, being number 2 under the starry sky is still extremely awesome. He's unlucky to have met Shi. There's also Myriad Daos and Heaven Breaker. Although they were suppressed by Shi in terms of power, they broke the record in terms of speed and perception. Their overall strength is not weak at all. It's a tragedy for every prodigy to be born in the current era, especially with those 3 monsters. Everyone shook their heads. Ling Han's result was indeed amazing, but now there was a monster like Shi who firmly suppressed him. In the past, it was enough to reach number 2 because the number 1 was already an almighty who had passed away countless years ago. But it was different this time. Shi was still alive and well, and he was only at the extreme Foundation establishment stage. Ling Han was also a little surprised. He used the demon monkey fist and the heavenly flame, but he still couldn't reach number 1. This Shi was really strong. Again. Ling Han used the demon monkey fist again, this time with 108 frequency attacks and the heavenly flame. Boom, he smashed heavily on the dynamometer. 195,574. Everyone was petrified again, unable to say a word. As it turned out, a standard force of over 130,000 was not Ling Han's limit. This guy had almost blasted out a standard force of 200,000. This kind of explosive power can rank around 800 among the extreme Foundation establishment stage. Oh my God, the Heaven Foundation establishment stage is so strong. Of course. Don't you know that Shi hit 300,000 standard force, enough to rank 120 to 130 on the extreme Foundation list? In comparison, this person is still much weaker. Yes, indeed. Everyone regained their ability to speak, but even if Ling Han was not as strong as Shi, he was still extremely terrifying. Because of this, more people appeared, all of them crazy. Guan Xian had also arrived, yet he was spouting nonsense, making a big deal out of Ling Han's previous fear of battle, desperately trying to make himself look good. Ling Han, on the other hand, was shocked. This Shi was so strong that he could hit 300,000 standard force. This was 50% more than him. Ling Han took a deep breath. It seemed that he needed to go all out. Shi could surpass the ancient prodigies not because they were weak, but because he was too freakish. Ling Han used the 3 forms of the war god. At the same time, he activated the destructive power and simulated the 2 immortal Tao Foundation stones inside his body, releasing their power together. He used his ocular technique to search for weak points on the dynamometer's surface, which would allow him to unleash more destructive power. Chapter 3741. Come. Ling Han's figure charged out, and he delivered his 3 strongest attacks. 3 styles of the war god, the first strike. Hong, Ling Han's palms struck furiously, landing on the strength measuring machine. A number jumped up, but it only showed over 200,000. Before it stopped, Ling Han unleashed the second style of the 3 styles of the war god. Bang! This time, the number on the dynamometer soared to over 290,000. First, First. Fuck, I've surpassed Shi. First of all time. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. Shi's record has been broken, and a new first of all time has been born. Holy crap, records get harder and harder to break. Shi broke the record from 300 million years ago, but now, his record has only been maintained for a little more than a year. First under the starry sky. First under the starry sky. Everyone was in a frenzy. Although Ling Han had only surpassed Shi by a tiny bit, he had still surpassed Shi. The strongest record since the ancient times could only be surpassed by a tiny bit. Otherwise, where would the previous generations of geniuses stand? However, this wasn't the end. Ling Han unleashed the last style of the war god's 3 styles. The instant his palms slammed onto the dynamometer, he opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword. Boom! It was as if the entire star web was shaking. An even higher number popped up. 312,526. Fuck. In an instant, the people who were so excited that their scalps went numb were petrified again, unable to utter a single word. The record had been broken again. Ling Han had broken the record that he had just created, and the previous record was definitely the shortest-lived record in history. It had only existed for a mere second. It had broken 300,000. Throughout history, in order to rank first on the Heavenly Foundation list, one had to unleash a standard force of over 200,000. It was just that the higher the record, the harder it was to break it. Even Shi, the previous first of all time, only managed to unleash a standard force of over 290,000. However, Ling Han had managed to push this record to 300,000 in a short while. Everyone looked at Ling Han with worshipful gazes. He was the number one throughout the ages. Even the ancestors and saints of the past had been surpassed by Ling Han. Pfft, being number one in the Heaven Foundation doesn't mean anything. You know, a lot of ancient monarchs have never been number one. Some were only in the top 10, but in the end, they suppressed all the other heaven's favorites and became the ruler of an era. Someone deliberately belittled Ling Han. Hehe, if you have the ability, go and create a record. If you don't have the ability, then stop grumbling. This is the number one throughout the ages, surpassing all geniuses of the past. No matter what, he is worthy of respect and praise. Not bad. There was no need for Ling Han to say anything. Immediately, there were many people targeting him, and the person who spoke just now was flushed with embarrassment. On the dynamometer, Ling Han's name was replaced. Number one under the starry sky shone brightly. Needless to say, these 6 words were enough to explain everything. Number one under the starry sky has broken the Heaven Foundation explosive power record. Special reward of 1,000 universe dollars. A cold voice sounded, but it instantly spread throughout the entire star web. It was the soul of the interstellar web. What? The Heaven Foundation explosive power record has been broken? You must be joking. Wasn't it broken just over a year ago? Even the soul of the star web is announced to the entire platform. It can't be fake. Hiss, this number one under the starry sky is really awesome. But then again, this guy's confidence is off the charts. He actually dares to call himself number one under the starry sky. In terms of explosive power alone, he is indeed the number one in the Heaven Foundation. This caused a huge uproar on the star web. Everyone began to search for this, number one under the starry sky, to be able to break the eternal record. Although it was only one item, if it was spread throughout the universe, Ling Han's record would be maintained for hundreds of millions of years or even longer. Everyone was dumbfounded after a quick check. It turned out that this number one under the starry sky had just entered the star web. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. They had struggled on the star web for God knows how long, but they hadn't broken a single record. But look at Ling Han. He had only entered the star web for one day, but his name had already shaken the world. Ling Han, on the other hand, gritted his teeth. Now that he was exposed, how was he going to earn money in the arena? Who would fight him? Yes, he could only count on those who had reached the extreme foundation. However, the Chang clan was really stingy, only giving 1,000 universe dollars for breaking a record. He had blamed the Chang clan wrongly. The various settings of the star web were decided by the 4 great emperors back then. The Chang clan only had power, but they couldn't interfere with the operation of the star web. The soul of the star web was the true ruler. To the 4 great emperors, the glory of breaking a record naturally surpassed everything. 1,000 universe dollars was just a gesture. Who knew that Ling Han was poor? To him, giving more universe dollars was the way to go. However, many a little makes a mickle. If he broke a few more records, his gains wouldn't be small either. He left the strength test machine to find new opportunities to make money. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely curse him. No matter what record you broke, as long as you exposed your identity in the real world, which great sect wouldn't rush over to take you in as a disciple? Such a talent would be tempted even by the emperor clans. Ling Han arrived in front of the fist strength record. The 3 forms of the war god was a palm technique. If he used the demon monkey fist now, could he break the record again? The holder of this record was also Shi. Before Ling Han could make a move, a person strode over. The others all scattered to make a path for him. This was because this person was a true self-realm expert. Planet Feng Nan's Li Leidong, a true self-realm expert. The Li clan is a sect master level force. Wrong, the Li clan's genius just broke through to the 4 extremities realm not long ago and became a sovereign. The Li clan is now a sovereign level force. No wonder he dared to come and recruit him. I was thinking that even the current sect master level forces wouldn't dare to recruit this person. Everyone nodded. Sect master level forces were indeed extraordinary, but they still didn't have the qualifications to take in a genius who broke the record. Even if such an existence couldn't become an ancestral emperor, he had a high chance of becoming a saint. Sect master level forces weren't enough. Li Leidong arrived in front of Ling Han and smiled. "Young man, are you interested in joining our Li clan?" "Huh, how can the Li clan compare to our Wang clan?" Another voice rang out as a middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. "Wang Jian." Li Leidong's eyes narrowed. The Wang clan was a powerful clan on planet Yongmang, and they had an old sovereign who had reached the 4 extremities realm tens of thousands of years ago. "Li Leidong, your Li clan has just become a sovereign level force. Compared to my Wang clan, you're too weak," Wang Jian said arrogantly. Chapter 3742. Li Leidong snorted, "My Li family's venerable is a genius. Although he has just become a venerable, his future is limitless. It's not impossible for him to become a saint." "Ha ha ha." Wang Jian laughed, "You're making me laugh. Do you think saints are cabbages? Any genius would have to bow their heads in front of a saint. To become a saint requires not only talent but also luck. Wang Jian, do you dare to look down on my venerable?" Li Leidong said with a murderous tone. Wang Jian didn't reply. The Wang family could fight against the Li family, and even be a bit stronger, but he absolutely couldn't speak rudely to a supreme expert. Otherwise, if the supreme expert of the Li family made a move and killed him, no one would avenge him. The strong needed to be respected, especially those at the sect master level. They couldn't be slandered by the weak. "Young man, what do you choose?" Wang Jian looked at Ling Han. What was the point of fighting with Li Leidong? "Join the Li family and we'll guarantee you cultivation resources," Li Leidong quickly said. "Huh, how can a newly promoted venerable compare to my Wang family?" Wang Jian snorted. Ling Han didn't want to pay attention to anyone. He yearned for freedom and would never join any power. Could the resources of these powers be taken for free? Everything had a price. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He activated the demon monkey fist and infused it with destructive energy. Then, he rushed out and punched. Peng, the dynamometer immediately displayed a number, and it started to jump rapidly. More than 280,000. This was on the list, but it didn't break the record. The first place was still Shi. Shi broke the record with his fist technique, reaching 290,000 standard force, someone said. So that was how it was. Although Ling Han broke the record for explosive force, it didn't mean he was number one in all aspects. Young man, we're talking to you. Li Leidong shouted angrily. This little Heaven Foundation establishment cultivator dared to ignore him. Who did he think he was? So what if he broke the record? His cultivation was too low. In this world, no matter how much of a genius you were, you had to respect the strong. Ling Han just glanced at him and turned to leave. Since he couldn't break this record, he would break other records. There were all kinds of records here anyway. Stop right there. Li Leidong roared. Ling Han pretended not to hear anything and continued to move forward. I told you to stop, Li Leidong said word by word. He was angered by the young man in front of him. Ling Han had this kind of ability. He could easily enrage others, even if this person was here to recruit him. Ling Han still didn't pay attention. He saw the record of leg strength, but the record was not set by Shi, but by a man named Hengshan. Hengshan was a saint, but he had already passed away. It was rumored that he was an outstanding genius in the past, a strong contender to become an emperor or ancestor. From the fact that he had created a record for the strength of his legs, one could tell that he indeed possessed astonishing talent. Unfortunately, being stunned for a moment didn't mean that he would be stunned forever. Hengshan Sage still lost in the end and stopped at the Sage realm. Then let's try this record. Ling Han tried, but although he easily entered the list, he still couldn't break the record. He sighed. Even though he had broken the eternal record of explosive power, when it came to fist strength, leg strength, and other aspects, he was still not the strongest throughout the ages. This was because he hadn't reached the peak of Heaven Foundation, and his fist and leg techniques weren't strong enough. Let's take it slow. Breaking all the records in one day was quite boring. You! Li Leidong roared from the side. He was already furious. Ling Han glared at him and said, "What are you shouting for? If you're not convinced, let's fight at the same level in the arena. If you can block 10 moves from me, you win." Li Leidong wanted to agree, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he forcefully swallowed his words. In a battle at the same level, who could be a match for the guy with the strongest explosive strength in history? He wasn't just the strongest in the present age, but the strongest in all of history. The value was completely different. If he agreed stubbornly, he would only be humiliating himself. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. He received another notification from the Star Web. It had been an hour since he had queued up, and he could fight in the ranking battle. Confirm. Ling Han suddenly disappeared into thin air, and appeared in the arena. His opponent was a young girl, and when she realized that her opponent was Ling Han, she couldn't help but scream. "You're the strongest person in the universe, the one who just broke the Heaven Foundation explosive strength record." The young girl was so excited that her words were somewhat incoherent, and her eyes were shining. "I worship you so much, you're my idol." Ling Han couldn't help but sweat. "We're fighting right now." "Idol, how could I be your opponent?" The young girl hurriedly said. "Idol, let's take a photo." She moved over and paid for the Star Web to turn on the recording function. Then, she circled around Ling Han and posed in all sorts of positions. After a long time, she was finally satisfied and automatically admitted defeat. her figure instantly disappeared. In this battle, Ling Han still obtained 11 points. He thought about it and logged out of the Star Web platform. Phew, Ling Han stood up and pushed the door open. In just a short span of 2 hours, he had already set off a storm on the Star Web. Now, everyone would remember the strongest person in the universe, and there would definitely be countless forces looking for him. Ling Han found Lin Luo and the others, and they became friends on the Star Web. He then transferred some universe dollars to each of them. Following this, Ling Han believed that Lin Luo and the others would also stand out on the Star Web and become the generation of supernovas. The connector itself had the function of an optical computer, and it could store information. As long as it was downloaded, it could be viewed even if it couldn't connect to the Star Web. However, with Ling Han's memory, he naturally didn't need to specially turn on the optical computer to look at the pill recipe for the Foundation Transformation Pill. He only needed to recall it in his mind, and the pill recipe clearly appeared for him to simulate refining. After an hour, Ling Han believed that as long as he had the raw materials, he would at most fail once or twice, and after summarizing his experience, he would be able to refine the pill successfully. The night passed quietly, and the next morning, after Ling Han finished his cultivation, he began to practice the Demon Monkey Fist. Monkey Bro's ancestor was an ancestor king who was invincible for an era. The Demon Monkey Fist that he created was naturally a dignified emperor technique. In the world of emperors, who was weaker than who? If he could break the record with the 3 styles of the war god, why couldn't he use the Demon Monkey Fist? It wasn't that the Demon Monkey Fist was weak, but that he couldn't unleash the true power of the Demon Monkey Fist. Let's go find Monkey Bro, Ling Han murmured. Firstly, I've already entered the Foundation establishment stage, and my formation skills have greatly improved. I'm qualified to try and break an immortal grade formation. Secondly, I still have the chaotic extreme thunder pagoda, which should be of help to Monkey Bro. Let's see if I can help Monkey Bro escape this time. Chapter 37-44. Brother Monkey roared. A ray of golden light emerged from the top of his head and transformed into a little monkey. It flew toward the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. Ling Han suddenly remembered and said, "Brother Monkey, there's still the heavenly Tao fire in the tower. This fire could even burn a supremacy to death." He didn't want to accidentally kill Brother Monkey. Squeak! Brother Monkey quickly stopped. The little monkey flashed and rushed back into Brother Monkey's body. "Really?" Brother Monkey asked. Ling Han nodded. "When I was forging the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower, I went to the place with the heavenly Tao fire. Yes, without the heavenly Tao fire, it's impossible to forge the shape of the Mother Gold." Brother Monkey nodded. "After I forged the sovereign weapon, I used the internal space of the sovereign weapon to store some of the heavenly Tao fire. However, after the heavenly Tao fire was stored, its power was greatly reduced. It could only burn supremacies to death," Ling Han said. The corner of Monkey King's mouth twitched when he saw how arrogant he was. He was only a sect leader. Even in front of the weakened version of the heavenly Tao fire, he could only kneel. "It'll be easy if you have the heavenly Tao fire. Second brother, go to the top of the mountain and pour the heavenly Tao fire out," Brother Monkey said. Ling Han was startled, and asked, "Will that hurt you?" "It's okay. The heavenly Tao fire can easily burn this formation. Before the fire reaches me, I'll be free," Brother Monkey said proudly. Monkey King said proudly. Then, he changed the topic and said, "However, just in case, let us leave first." "Okay." Ling Han began to evacuate the monkeys from the Monkey Valley. This included the Empress, the large black dog, and the others. Then, he returned to the Monkey Valley alone and flew to the mountain peak. "Brother Monkey, I'm going to start." "Let's start." With a thought from Ling Han, the heavenly Tao fire immediately surged out from the 8th level of the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. It boiled and burned at the top of the mountain and quickly spread to the waist of the mountain. He quickly flew away on the chaotic Polaris Thunder Tower. The birth of Brother Monkey would definitely be earth-shattering. Hong, the heavenly Tao flame spread extremely quickly, surging all the way down the mountain. There was nothing it couldn't burn, nothing it couldn't extinguish. This was an extreme flame that could even burn a venerable to death, so it could be considered a half-saint. Ling Han is a little anxious. Why hasn't Monkey King been born yet? If the heavenly fire really reached the foot of the mountain, it would not be a joke. He decided to go to the foot of the mountain to have a look. If the Monkey King couldn't make it, he would take the heavenly fire away. Of course, it was impossible to take all of them, but it should be no problem if he only took the ones around the Monkey King. However, before Ling Han could make a move, pang, there was an earth-shattering sound, and the mountain below suddenly exploded. A figure shot out from below like a stream of light, piercing through the sky. I, old son, am out. In the blink of an eye, the stream of light shot down from the sky and turned into a furry monkey. This monkey was covered in golden fur and was 1 zhang tall. Its eyes were fiery golden eyes and it exuded a ferocious aura. It looked around disdainfully as if it did not even place the heavens and earth in its eyes. It was Monkey King. Ling Han felt that it was a bit of an eyesore because Monkey King's body was completely bare. Fortunately, it was covered in fur, or it would have left a psychological scar. Come! Monkey King shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless golden shadows flew toward him. Pa, pa, pa. They stuck to his body and turned into a shining golden armor. Then, he reached into his ear and immediately took out a golden needle. Such a mighty and domineering Monkey King is actually using a golden needle as a weapon? This, what a mother. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Transform! Monkey King shouted. The golden needle continued to expand until it turned into a rod. It was completely golden and had veined patterns on it. It emitted a majestic and domineering aura. It turns out that it can be shrunk and enlarged. A material that could shrink and enlarge had to be at least at the minor realization realm. However, Monkey King is a sect master, so it is very normal for him to have such a treasure rod. This is sacred material. It is also an imitation of the ancestors Rui Jingubang, Monkey King explained. He stood proudly between the sky and the earth. As a sect master, of course, he could stand in the sky without using a treasure. Ling Han laughed and said, "Congratulations, Monkey King." Monkey King nodded. "Thank you for your luck. Not only did you obtain the Mother Medal, but you also forged a sovereign weapon and obtained the fire of the heavenly way. Otherwise, I would have to endure for a while longer. Come, let's go down and talk." The two of them landed. However, the Monkey Valley was completely destroyed. But since Monkey King had escaped, he was now the strongest person on heavenly starry sky. He could go anywhere. After meeting up with the crowd and the monkeys, Monkey King used his great magic power and brought everyone to a beautiful place. He first settled the monkeys down. Then, the monkeys took out the wine they brewed and began to celebrate. Ling Han let go of his worries. He didn't think about anything else. Every day, he drank with Monkey King. 7 days later, the banquet finally ended. "Brother, do you find it strange that the monster monkey fist is not as good as the 3 styles of the Aries god?" Monkey King took the initiative to talk about it. Ling Han didn't mention it before because he didn't want Monkey King to think that he was blackmailing him. Although Monkey King wasn't such a narrow-minded person, he didn't want any misunderstanding between the two of them at all. However, since Monkey King took the initiative to mention it, Ling Han nodded. The monster monkey fist was created by the ancestor king. Even if it wasn't the strongest in the world, it should be tied for first place. Monkey King smiled and said, the 3 styles of the Aries god should be left behind by the Palace of Aries. The Palace of Aries is a sacred place. How can a holy level skill compare to an imperial level skill? Moreover, the 3 styles of the Aries god is not the strongest skill in the Palace of Aries. It's just that your current level is too low, so the difference is not very obvious. Ling Han was curious and asked, then why? Because the monster monkey fist I taught you before was only suitable for you to practice in the mortal state. Now that you have entered the immortal path, it is naturally different. Monkey King smiled. It was that simple? Ling Han couldn't help but be surprised. A fist skill suitable for the mortal state could still burst out such a great power in the immortal path, and it was only slightly weaker than the 3 styles of the Aries god. How powerful would the monster monkey fist be in the immortal path realm? Come, old son will teach you. Ling Han began to practice the monster monkey fist with Monkey King. This was a Saint Emperor's skill, and it wasn't something that could be slowly figured out by Monkey King with just a point of his finger and a thought. This was the world's top immortal skill. Not only did it need to be taught, but it also needed to be learned carefully. Those who were not talented could not learn it in 100 or even 1,000 years. Even if Ling Han's perception was so heaven-defying, he couldn't master it in a short period of time. After a whole month, he finally mastered the monster monkey fist. It was just a superficial knowledge, and he was still far from mastering the core. Ling Han planned to go back to the imperial capital to have a look. Monkey King was also quite interested, so he decided to go with Ling Han to the imperial capital to see Chen Fengyan, the junior. Then, he would leave Heavenly Sea Star and go to the Azure Dragon Empire after he became a venerable. Well, I wonder if Chen Fengyan will call me uncle this time. Chapter 3745. In just a few hours, Ling Han had returned to the imperial capital. Brother Monkey was walking around casually while Ling Han logged into the star web. During this month, he had been practicing the demon monkey fist without eating or sleeping. He didn't rest for more than an hour every day. It was really just to let his brain rest. In such a state, he naturally didn't have time to log into the star web. As soon as he logged into the star web, he immediately received a lot of friend requests. Dao friend, I have something important to discuss with you. Young man, this old man is from the 9-Wind Sacred Land. Brother, please accept it. Most of the application messages were accompanied by annotations, and Ling Han only read a few of them before choosing to ignore them. He didn't log into the star web to fight for rankings or to earn money, but he heard from Brother Monkey that the star web had a function called the time room. In the time room, time would pass many times faster than normal. It was similar to the reincarnation tree, which only targeted the soul. However, the time room's fee was very high. Using 1 day as an example, it would cost 100 universe dollars by 2 times, 500 by 3 times, 10 times, and 5 million by 100 times. Ling Han might have earned some money, but he could only choose to cultivate at twice the speed for a few days. However, Brother Monkey was rich and overbearing. He let Ling Han choose the best time room because he was rich. Back in the day, he was a sect master level almighty. Such an existence could be called an expert anywhere in the universe. His ability to earn money was naturally great. Even if Brother Monkey was captured and suppressed back then, it wouldn't be taken away by the Azure Dragon Empire. After becoming friends with Brother Monkey, a transfer message came immediately. You have earned 100 million universe dollars. Damn. Ling Han gritted his teeth. Brother Monkey was indeed rich. Alright, he was in urgent need of universe dollars now. It wouldn't be too late to pay in the future. He asked for a time room with 100 times the time flow and let the platform automatically deduct the money until he walked out or until he ran out of universe dollars. In the time room, Ling Han continued to practice the demon monkey fist. It required a lot of time to practice. Under normal circumstances, it was normal to take 100 or 1,000 years to master the core. But Ling Han couldn't wait that long. He wanted to master this fist technique as soon as possible. Fortunately, Monkey King was here. Ling Han entered the time room and began to practice his punches. This was 100 times time acceleration. Very quickly, a year passed, and then another year. His attainments in the demon monkey fist grew deeper and deeper. Why did he only start to practice in the time room now? There was no other way. He didn't grasp the surface before, so he needed Monkey King to guide him step by step. Now he finally grasped the general idea and could practice by himself. 3 years, 5 years, time flew by. Ling Han was now a pure spiritual body, so he could put all his energy into practicing his fist techniques. He wanted to continue practicing, but he was forced to leave the time room. 100 million universe credits had been completely deducted. So fast? Ling Han thought about it. 100 million universe credits could only allow him to cultivate here for 20 days in real time. Even if it was 100 times faster, it would only be 2,000 days, a little more than 5 years. He didn't have enough money. The Chang clan was truly black-hearted, charging so much. However, he had finally grasped a move of the demon monkey fist. There was only one move, while the real demon monkey fist had 9 moves. The first move was also the simplest. 5 years, and he had only grasped one move, and it was the simplest. Ling Han sighed. This was the Emperor technique. Let's go and test out the power of the new demon monkey fist. Ling Han went to the strength hall and came before the fist strength testing machine. The number 1 under the stars is here again. It's been almost 2 months, and his ranking is still around 1 billion. How strange. With his strength, he can even rank in the top 200 among the Foundation establishment stage. Why doesn't he fight in the ranking battle? Someone noticed Ling Han and immediately began to send messages, summoning friends. And as friends called friends, more and more people came running over. Ling Han didn't accept private messages, so those great sects could only come over personally to recruit him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, big shots appeared. They were all at the True Self realm, and there was even a spirit transformation True Lord. Ling Han didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he used the demon monkey fist, wrapped it with destructive energy, and then smashed towards the testing machine. Boom, his body emitted a golden light as if a demon monkey had fused with him, giving off a terrifying aura. This is an Emperor technique. Only an Emperor technique can have such power. Heavens, this is the descendant of an Emperor clan. Forget it, everyone go back. He's the descendant of an Emperor clan, how can he be recruited? Some powerful figures were observing in the dark, and after seeing Ling Han punch, they immediately exclaimed in shock. There was more than one powerful figure like this, and they all spoke up in agreement. This was the descendant of an Emperor clan, and even the sacred grounds didn't have the right to recruit him. Bang! Ling Han's fist landed on the testing machine, and instantly, a terrifying number jumped out. 349,426. Heavens, he broke his own record. Ling Han had broken the record for maximum fist strength, but it was the same as breaking the record for explosive power. Everyone was shocked. This wasn't just a little bit, but a whole 30,000 points increase in the record. What a freak. Ling Han, however, sighed. Emperor techniques were definitely stronger than Saint techniques by more than 10%, but his realm was too low, so there was no fundamental difference between the power of Emperor techniques and Saint techniques. This was truly his limit, unless he could grasp the other 8 forms of the demon monkey fist. Ling Han had already queued up for the ranking battle, and it would take some time. Thus, he contacted Lin Luo and the others first. Close to 2 months had passed, and Lin Luo and the others had also made a name for themselves on the star web. Their ranks had risen very quickly, and at present, they were ranked in the 80 million plus. Compared to Ling Han's rank of 1 billion, they were on a completely different level. After communicating with Lin Luo and the others, Ling Han also finished queuing up and began the ranking battle. A battle quickly ended, and as soon as Ling Han exited the arena, he received a friend request, and the person who sent the request was Shi. Shi, the mysterious genius who had created the record for maximum strength, and there were still many records he had created in the Strength Hall. Ling Han thought about it and accepted Shi's friend request. Battle. The other party sent a single word, simple and direct. Alright. Ling Han also replied with a single word. In just a short while, Shi sent a ring number. Ling Han took a look and saw that this ring was set to absolute realms. In such a ring battle, not only would the two parties be in the same realm, but they would also be in the same realm. It could be said to be a battle of the same realm. There were no conditions for the battle, and it was only set that only Ling Han could enter the ring. However, although the arena had a limit on the opponents, there were no restrictions on the audience. Everyone could enter and watch the battle. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone, come quickly. Shi is going to fight the number 1 under the starry sky. Chapter 37-46. Shi battle with the number 1 under the starry skies. This was an extremely explosive piece of news. Both of them had created records for extreme strength, and the gap between them was only a little over a year. To think that two such geniuses could appear in the same era. When Ling Han broke the record set by Shi over a month ago, many people were guessing who would win if Shi and Ling Han were to fight at the same rank. Many people also posted on the forums, encouraging Shi to challenge Ling Han or Ling Han to challenge Shi. However, Shi remained silent, and Ling Han had not logged into the star web for over a month, so the passers-by could only get excited for nothing. Now, Shi finally made a move and challenged Ling Han. Would Ling Han agree? Many people entered the arena at the first moment, waiting for Ling Han to appear. However, Ling Han did not show up even after a long time. Afraid to fight? That's right. The news should have spread long ago, but the number 1 under the starry skies still hasn't appeared. He must be afraid to fight. Damn, what number 1 under the starry skies? How dare he brag? He doesn't even dare to fight at the same rank. What number 1 under the starry skies? Everyone was disdainful, but just as they were talking excitedly, they saw that they were forced out of the arena area. What's going on? They immediately realized that Shi had cancelled the arena. He left in a huff. No. Look, the number 1 under the starry skies opened another arena and challenged Shi. Shi has already entered. Quick, let's go too. There's a fee to watch the battle. Damn, it actually costs 1,000 universe dollars. What a scam. This is daylight robbery. Everyone made a big fuss. There was actually a fee? Shi had not charged any fees just now. Hiss, they all had a guess. Could it be that Ling Han did not accept the challenge not because he was afraid to fight, but because he wanted to open up the arena and collect money? This money grubber, you only care about money. A battle between two extreme strength practitioners in history was such a sacred and solemn event, and you actually charged a fee? It couldn't be helped. No one wanted to miss such a battle. Even if some people could record it, most people still wanted to see it for themselves. Isn't it just 1,000 universe credits? Everyone could not hold back their urge to witness it with their own eyes. They all chose to let Star Web deduct 1,000 universe dollars and entered the arena viewing area. 1,000 universe dollars to watch a battle was ridiculously expensive, but the two combatants were the strongest in history. Who would want to miss such a battle? There was no lack of true disciples of great sects and important descendants of aristocratic families in the universe. Gritting his teeth, he could afford 1,000 universe credits. Of course, Ling Han must be gnashing his teeth in hatred. This person was too good at making money. Ling Han didn't care at all. For such a matchless battle, if he didn't collect some money, how could he face himself? He was very poor now. You've obtained 999 universe dollars. You've obtained 999 universe dollars. Ling Han kept receiving notifications from the star web, and his wallet was rapidly bulging. Why aren't you starting? Opposite him, Shi seemed very dissatisfied. No matter what, you're the one who broke the ancient record, but now, in order to earn some money, you're forcefully dragging me into his arena. A good duel of the strongest had actually turned into such a stink of money. It's your business to be shameless, but you can't drag me down with you. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Ling Han waved his hand. As he listened to the notification from the star web, his heart was filled with delight. Let the universe credits fly for a while longer. He lost his patience again. With a loud roar, he charged at Ling Han. How could such a money-grubber stand side by side with him? Shi was very tall and burly, like the incarnation of an ancient giant. Even though he was a spiritual body, his arms were wrapped with the phantoms of a dragon and a phoenix. Innate divine body, dragon phoenix everlasting holy body. Everyone exclaimed. It was no secret that Shi had an innate divine body, but most people didn't have the chance to see him. It was only hearsay, and now that they saw it, it was indeed true. What was a holy body? Only a first-rate innate divine body was qualified to be called a holy body. It was synonymous with power. Hong, he punched out, and 2 bursts of fist power shot out, respectively transforming into a dragon and a phoenix that charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han, of course, wasn't afraid. He used the 3 forms of the war god to meet Shi's attack. The 3 forms of the war god was his ultimate move that broke the ancient record, so its power was naturally shocking. Its limit was even higher than Shi's. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 clashed. Both of them had broken the limit of strength record. Not only were they at the peak of Heaven Foundation, but they were also the strongest since time immemorial. Attacks exploded one after another. The entire arena seemed to tremble as countless runes flashed. Too scary, really too scary. Even though I'm an extreme foundation, I'm sure I'll be crushed if I touch them. 2 monsters. The power of a Heaven Foundation cultivator can be this strong. Just how did he cultivate it? Everyone was dazzled and couldn't control themselves. However, Ling Han realized that even though the star web was built by a great emperor, it still had its shortcomings. If he were to execute the 3 forms of the war god in the real world, his body would be filled with the force of the heavens and earth to the point where he wouldn't be able to execute the 3 forms of the war god. Otherwise, his body would definitely explode. However, he was in a pure spiritual form now, so he didn't have to worry about his body being overloaded. He used the 3 forms of the war god over and over again without any side effects. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about exhausting his secret force at all. He could use all kinds of ultimate moves to his heart's content. Therefore, Ling Han believed that the experts on the star web were indeed powerful, but if the difference in ranking was within 10 or even 100 ranks, the one with the lower ranking might win in the real world. Considering all kinds of practical problems, a martial artist's strength would change greatly. Moreover, here, everyone didn't have to worry about the problem of mystic power exhaustion, but in the real world, perhaps only Ling Han didn't have to worry about this. Thus, fighting in the star web, this advantage of his was completely covered. There was also the artifact. Ling Han had a future emperor weapon, but the star web wouldn't simulate the artifact as well. Of course, He could also choose to use weapons in the arena, but they would only have the original attributes and wouldn't have any additional effects. Ling Han nodded secretly. The star web could connect everyone in the universe, which was already extremely shocking. It couldn't be perfect. Even so, it couldn't cover up Shi Yi's strength. He was truly powerful. His fist art was like a torrential storm, and the star web had perfectly manifested his innate divine body. The two divine beasts, the dragon and the phoenix, were both releasing powerful might. It was as if he wasn't fighting alone, but the celestial dragon and celestial phoenix were working together. As expected of the person who broke the extreme strength record. Chapter 37-48. The Azure Dragon Empire could be said to be the victim of Sky Sea Star. Back then, this empire was worried that the Qin clan's dynasty would rise and threaten their legitimate position. Thus, they casually charged the Qin clan with a crime of treason and sent an army to encircle and annihilate the Qin clan's dynasty. Thousands of lives were slaughtered. Afterward, they used Sky Sea Star as a prison to imprison those who couldn't be killed. Previously, when Xianbei Nation rose and the prison was opened, the Azure Dragon Empire didn't have any reaction and only sent someone now. They were really late. In the past, Ling Han didn't know the reason, but now that he was connected to the star web, he could react immediately no matter what happened, even if he was on the other side of the universe. During this period of time, the Azure Dragon Empire couldn't even take care of themselves because they had been invaded by the Shadow Moon Empire. Many celestial bodies had fallen into their hands, and those were all rich and resource-rich celestial bodies. In comparison, how could they possibly care about the heavenly sea star which was their prison? How could they spare any manpower? Not long ago, the news of the Saint's inheritance was so loud that even the Azure Dragon Empire heard about it and finally sent an envoy. Oh? What did the envoy say? Ling Han asked. Xianyuan Dinghua shook his head. How would I know? Did His Majesty show up? Ling Han asked again. Not yet. The second prince, the third prince, and the chief of staff have all gone to receive them. I believe it won't be long before His Majesty is alerted. Xianyuan Dinghua speculated. Ling Han nodded. An envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire, such an important matter would definitely alert Chen Fengyan. Although the Azure Dragon Empire had been invaded by foreign enemies and must be in a terrible situation with a severe lack of manpower, if they could squeeze out a cult master-class expert, it would be enough to sweep across the entire Sky Sea Star. Of course, this didn't include the Monkey King. What did the four major sects say? Ling Han knocked on the table. What can they say? Xianyuan Dinghua snorted. They are staying here for the Saint's inheritance. Now that it's proven that the so-called Saint's inheritance is a lie, they can run away at any time. The reason they haven't left immediately is because they've occupied some blessed abode lands, and they're able to pick high-level immortal medicines. That's why they're able to stay here day by day. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. You're quite insightful. Of course. Xianyuan Dinghua was a little proud. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, His Majesty will definitely step in on this matter. Let's just wait and see. Sure enough, just one day later, Chen Fengyan appeared and received this envoy from the kingdom. Monkey King also came back and said that he was going to leave Heavenly Sea Star. He wanted to break through the four extremities, but it would take a long time in the current environment of Heavenly Sea Star. He had to go to a large planet. Brother Monkey, did you see Chen Fengyan? Ling Han asked. Monkey King nodded. That brat actually hid in the restriction of the 18th underground floor. He's really as timid as a mouse. But Old Sun swept through all the obstacles along the way, so what's the use of these restrictions? Ling Han couldn't help but sweat. Chen Fengyan must have set up such a restriction to prevent Primordial True Lord and the others from sneaking up on him when he was in seclusion. But what kind of existence was Monkey King? He was the descendant of the ancient king and a great monster with a holy weapon. Of course, he would be able to sweep through all obstacles. Sigh. Ling Han mourned for Chen Fengyan in his heart. Who asked him to have such an elder? This brat is too useless. After so many years, his cultivation is still the same. Old Sun was so angry that he beat him up. Monkey King grunted. Also, Old Sun asked him and he didn't call you uncle. Old Sun was so angry that he beat him up again. Well, Chen Fengyan didn't die. He was quite strong. Old Sun has already told that brat to listen to you in the future, Monkey King said. Under Monkey King's violence, Chen Fengyan wouldn't dare say no. Second brother, the path of martial arts is a long one. You need to be determined to move forward. You're too sentimental. I'm afraid it'll affect your cultivation, Monkey King said. His eyes flashed with a murderous look. Old Sun, I'll kill all those women for you. Damn, what's wrong with your brain? Ling Han quickly waved his hand. Don't be rash, Monkey King. I know what I'm doing. I won't delay my cultivation of martial art. Look, I've formed 2 foundation stones of immortality. That's unprecedented, isn't it? To cultivate 2 immortal foundations, there were 2 conditions, one of which was indispensable. Firstly, one's body needed to nurture a being of this plane. This was something that no one in the entire galaxy could achieve. Secondly, even if there really was someone like Ling Han, they would still need a monarch weapon to suppress them. Otherwise, they would still be unable to form a second celestial foundation. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. Monkey King nodded. Fine. That was close. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. The next time I see you, second younger brother, if your cultivation base doesn't reach my expectations, then I've decided to sever your ties with the mortal world for you, the Monkey King said. Then, he leaped into the air. Xiao, he pierced through the sky and transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. What a lot of pressure. Monkey King, you didn't tell me when you're coming back, nor did you tell me what cultivation level I should be in to satisfy you. I'm not sure. Never mind, I'll just cultivate harder. Ling Han pondered for a moment. Chen Fengyan had come out of seclusion so quickly. Could it be that he had been dragged out and beaten up by the monkey bro, so he simply ran out? Otherwise, he'd probably still be in seclusion. Just as Ling Han was thinking about this, an imperial guard suddenly came over and announced the emperor's will, asking Ling Han to immediately enter the imperial palace. On the surface, Ling Han was Chen Fengyan's subject. He had to obey the king's orders. Therefore, Ling Han followed the imperial guards and headed for the palace. The palace was bustling today. Not only were all the princes present, but the 4 marshals and elders were also present. Because of Hong Tianbu's incident, senior tutor Hong had already escaped from the capital and headed for the Jiuling sect. Ling Han swept a glance over. Chen Fengyan was naturally seated high up on the throne, but below him, a man in azure was also seated. He was still sipping on tea, looking very relaxed and leisurely. This was definitely an envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire. Otherwise, why would he dare to be so arrogant? In front of the emperor, everyone had to stand with respect. So this is Ling Han, one of the twin prodigies of the imperial city? The envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire looked at Ling Han and asked. All the officials revealed looks of anger. This was the palace, and even Chen Fengyan didn't say anything. What rights did this person have to speak? However, this person was an envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire. Even if he was a little arrogant, what could they say? This person was at the extreme foundation establishment realm. Who here could compete with him? Could it be that they had to let the emperor, Chen Fengyan, personally make a move to teach this fella who didn't know any manners a lesson? That would be a joke. The mighty Xianbei nation had no one capable enough, and yet they had to let the spirit transformation true lord personally make a move to teach a puny extreme foundation establishment realm a lesson. Wasn't it embarrassing? Chapter 37-49. Ling Han walked with large strides towards the envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire. That emissary had a disdainful smile on his face. This dynasty had truly declined. Up until now, he actually hadn't seen a single person with a similar cultivation base as him. Chen Fengyan didn't count. That person should have escaped from a cage. As for how many people and experts were imprisoned in that cage, he actually had no idea. However, he wasn't afraid of Chen Fengyan. This time, he was representing the Azure Dragon Empire. So what if he was just a puny Foundation Establishment realm expert? Who would dare to touch him? Touching him would be disrespecting the Azure Dragon Empire and would attract the Almighty of the Empire to wipe out the Black North Kingdom. Moreover, apart from Chen Fengyan, who else could be a match for him? Ling Han had already neared, and he raised his hand. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. You can't be thinking of slapping him, right? To be honest, they wanted to, but firstly, they didn't have the strength. Secondly, even if they had the strength, they wouldn't dare. That was an envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire, and it would be a huge problem if they hit him. How dare you? The envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire was enraged. Putting aside the fact that Ling Han hadn't hit him yet, just standing in front of him and making such a posture was enough to make him furious. Don't you know the rules? I'm the envoy from the Imperial Court. I'm going to hit you, you bastard. Ling Han spoke and slapped down. He didn't do it suddenly and made it clear that he was here to slap him, fair and square. It was precisely because of this that the envoy from the Azure Dragon Empire was naturally infuriated. You are courting death. He sneered. What a fool. Did he really think that he could be so arrogant just because he was one of the Imperial Capital's twin prodigies? This was a backward and primitive celestial body where the martial art was just starting to flourish. What kind of prodigy could it produce? You think you're a head taller than everyone else just because you're a little taller than them? He also made a move and slapped at Ling Han's face. He wanted Ling Han dead with this attack. Pa! The slap was unstoppable. The Azure Dragon Empire's envoy was instantly sent flying. Bang! He fell heavily onto the ground, and fresh blood flowed out. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was beating up the High Envoy. Things had gotten out of hand. Good, good, good. That emissary got up, his mouth full of blood. He pointed angrily at Ling Han, then at the others. You're finished, you're all finished. All of you must die, all of you must die. Ling Han scoffed. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? He strode over and, he slapped the emissary repeatedly. All the officials, including the princes, were dumbfounded. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Why didn't His Majesty stop it? Of course, it felt good to vent his anger, but he also had to consider the consequences. He couldn't throw his life away. It is not convenient for your Majesty to dissuade me, is it? You see, they were so arrogant, and His Majesty couldn't make a move directly, which would make people laugh at Xianbei country's lack of capable people. That Ling Han stood out and helped Xianbei country regain face, so naturally he's meritorious. If he's meritorious, how could His Majesty reprimand him? He understood. Some of the officials immediately felt that they understood Chen Fengyan's difficulties and thought that this was a good opportunity to suck up to him. Ling Han, that's enough, quickly stop. They all called out. Since it wasn't convenient for His Majesty to speak, they naturally had to do it on his behalf. However, Ling Han didn't even look at them and just continued to beat up the Azure Dragon Empire's emissary. He didn't have any good impression of the Meng clan. Previously, he competed with Meng Yongcheng for the Buddha race's fated opportunity. In addition to the crimes that the Azure Dragon Empire had inflicted on Sky Sea Star, Monkey King had suffered for over 2,000 years. All of these had determined that Ling Han and the Azure Dragon Empire would eventually stand on opposite sides. Today, he would beat up the emissary and collect some interest. Ling Han, are you crazy? Stop now. All the officials yelled out, and even the princes nearly rushed up. However, Chen Fengyan didn't say anything. How could the others have the guts like Ling Han to start a fight in this palace hall? That emissary finally understood Ling Han's determination. His heart was filled with fury, but a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He obediently kept his mouth shut. Do you know where you were wrong? Ling Han asked. I wasn't wrong at all. That emissary said in his heart, but he didn't dare to be stubborn with Ling Han. He quickly said, I shouldn't have lost my sense of propriety in front of the Black North King. Ling Han patted the emissary's head. You still know propriety. That emissary muttered in his heart. This was just a primitive land, and it was nothing in front of the Azure Dragon Empire that was like the sun in the sky. If it wasn't for the Shadow Moon Empire's invasion, they wouldn't have sent an emissary to summon them to surrender. Instead, they would have sent their experts and armies to wipe out this celestial body. I know I was wrong, he said obediently. When he returned to the Azure Dragon Empire, he would definitely report back with added vinegar and ask the Imperial Court to send experts to eradicate the Black North Nation. Ling Han let out a faint smile. Are you thinking that after you return, you will definitely exaggerate today's matter by 100 times and then invite experts to eradicate us? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but want to rush over and beat up Ling Han. Aren't you teaching them a lesson? That emissary quickly shook his head and said, How could I? Impossible. He had an expression of awe-inspiring righteousness. Ling Han let out a chuckle. There's no harm in saying it. However, you are just a puny Foundation establishment realm. So what if you were wronged? Who would take it to heart? Our Black North Nation is a loyal subject of the Azure Dragon Empire. Do you think the Azure Dragon Empire will wave the butcher's knife on a loyal subject? Fool, the Azure Dragon Empire has so many people. Why did they send you here? Don't you have any idea in your heart? That emissary's heart skipped a beat. That's right, why did they send him here? He was just a puny Foundation establishment realm. In the Star Sea, he wasn't even worth a fart. Who would put him in their eyes? However, he was beaten up by Ling Han until his mind was muddled. The reason why the Azure Dragon Empire sent him here was because the front line was really tight and they couldn't transfer any experts. After all, the Azure Dragon Empire had a lot of internal conflicts, and many of the major forces were no longer obedient. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Empire still considered itself as a superior nation and looked down on Sky Sea Star. Naturally, they didn't think that there was a need to send experts here. You are just a group of prisoners. I didn't send troops to eradicate you but allowed you to surrender. You should naturally be grateful to the point of crying. What else do you want? That emissary completely lost his arrogance. Now that the front line was in a tight situation, a spirit transformation true monarch like Chen Fengyan could provide assistance. In comparison, who was he? Ling Han smiled and threw that emissary back to the chair. He cupped his fist at Chen Fengyan and said, Greetings to your majesty. Chen Fengyan stood up abruptly. Damn, this is my uncle. Not long ago, he was beaten up by Monkey Uncle, who reprimanded him for disrespecting his elders and beat him up so badly. Now, Ling Han actually bowed to him. This was really making him die. Where was Monkey Uncle? Was Monkey Uncle here? He couldn't help but look around, and his little heart was beating fast. All the officials were surprised. What was going on? Chapter 3750. A subject bowed, and Chen Fengyan actually stood up. This is too exaggerated, right? Chen Fengyan realized that he had lost his composure. He had no choice as he was already doubting his life after being beaten up by Brother Monkey. He sat back down and waved his hand. My beloved subject doesn't have to be so courteous. Ling Han nodded and retreated to the crowd of subjects. Swish! Every subject unconsciously took a few steps back and maintained an absolute distance from Ling Han. No one wanted to be associated with this troublemaker. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Was he that afraid of people? Chen Fengyan looked at the envoy and spoke indifferently, "You are here as a representative of the Azure Dragon Empire. What message do you have to convey?" The envoy finally regained a little bit of his arrogance, but when he noticed that Ling Han was staring at him, the arrogance immediately vanished. Others had scruples, but this fellow didn't. Others didn't dare to touch him, but this fellow did. The envoy quickly spoke honestly. His Majesty requests for Xianbei King to present a letter of surrender and to send an envoy to represent the Xianbei Kingdom in this empire. Presenting a letter of surrender was very appropriate. The Azure Dragon Empire wouldn't allow an uncontrollable force to appear in their territory, but they still wanted the Xianbei Kingdom to send an envoy. Wasn't this obviously a hostage? All the princes had unpleasant expressions. This envoy was definitely going to be chosen from among them. Among them, the top 10 princes were the most nervous. They had the best talents and the highest cultivation realm, they would definitely be chosen first. The more important this hostage was to Chen Fengyan, the more obedient Chen Fengyan would be. It was a simple logic. But who would want to be a hostage? To put it nicely, an envoy was in fact a hostage, and what kind of treatment could a hostage receive? They were all princes, and a single call for hundreds of responses. How awe-inspiring was that? But if they were to go to the Azure Dragon Empire, they would be like a bug that couldn't be answered by the heavens and earth. All the princes looked at Chen Fengyan, hoping that their father's love was like a mountain and that they wouldn't be chosen. "I will go." A voice echoed, which was very abrupt in the silence. Swish! Everyone's eyes looked towards Ling Han. It was Ling Han who had spoken just now. All the officials shook their heads. "You are too good at flattering. But the problem is, no matter how much His Majesty favors you, what qualifications do you have to be a hostage?" Being a hostage wasn't something that could be casually done. One had to have sufficient status. Without waiting for Chen Fengyan to speak, the emissary interrupted. That emissary better be the son of North Xianwang. Otherwise, it might be useless even if you go. He was afraid of being beaten by Ling Han, so he worded his words carefully, afraid that Ling Han would beat him up again. Ling Han smiled. "Don't worry, I have enough." He paused for a moment and said to Chen Fengyan, "Isn't that right, nephew?" Shua, all eyes turned to Chen Fengyan again. Eldest nephew Chen Fengyan felt gloomy in his heart. What was to come had finally come. This layer of relationship could not be covered up. However, he was also grateful that Ling Han was willing to stand up for the Chen family. He nodded. "Ling Qing is indeed our elder. A stone raises 1,000 ripples. What, Ling Han is actually Chen Fengyan's elder? Heavens, how is this possible?" The second prince and the others suddenly remembered that when Ling Han was teaching them a lesson, he did say that he was their uncle or something like that. They originally thought that Ling Han was deliberately taking advantage of them, but they didn't expect it to be true. The emissary was also astonished. Chen Fengyan was the ruler of a country and a grand spirit transformation perfected lord. If he dared to randomly recognize someone as his elder, then he would lose all his face. Therefore, Ling Han really was Chen Fengyan's elder. No wonder Ling Han was so arrogant before, and Chen Fengyan didn't stop him. Wouldn't that be treason? This nephew of mine has over 100 sons. He wouldn't care about any one of them being sent as a hostage. Ling Han said, however, this uncle of mine is different. There is only one of him, and the significance is completely different. Why are you even promoting yourself? Everyone was speechless. They were going to be hostages, not to enjoy themselves. Why were you so enthusiastic? The emissary couldn't help but nod. That's right, Ling Han had over 100 sons. No matter which one he chose as a hostage, would he be able to threaten Chen Fengyan? Furthermore, once Ling Han went to the Azure Dragon Empire, it wouldn't be his territory anymore. It would be possible for him to take revenge. When thinking about this, his heart couldn't help but palpitate. All right, it shall be you. He nodded. Everyone was speechless. Such a huge matter was decided by Ling Han's self-promotion and the emissary's nod? This was too childish, right? Ling Han. Chen Fengyan spoke. This was Monkey Uncle's sworn brother, and if he was to send Ling Han to the Azure Dragon Empire, Monkey Uncle would definitely beat him to death. Ling Han laughed. I have made up my mind. Chen Fengyan had no choice but to shut his mouth. He was putting on the stance of a senior, and if he dared to disobey, he would also be beaten up by Monkey Uncle. Sigh, it was really hard to be a nephew these days. Soon enough, Chen Fengyan passed down the imperial decree. 3 days later, Ling Han would bring the surrender letter and follow the Azure Dragon Empire's emissary to the Moonlight Star. Was Ling Han really so righteous that he was sacrificing for the Chen clan? Of course not. This was the decision he made after careful consideration. First of all, on the Sky Sea Star, Ling Han's alchemy Dao strength couldn't be used at all, which was equivalent to being buried. He had to go to a planet with abundant resources. Second, he was now connected to the star web and didn't lack money at all. He could buy whatever he wanted, but the Sky Sea Star, didn't include shipping. Third, he wanted to spy on the Azure Dragon Empire's actual situation and make preparations for the future. Therefore, he would rather take the risk to be a hostage. If he was really annoyed, he could just release the Heaven Dao fire and turn the Azure Dragon Empire upside down. Then, he would ask Monkey Brother to come and pick him up and leave the Gold Origin sacred ground far away. After returning to the Department of Foreign Affairs, Ling Han made arrangements. This time, he was a hostage, so he definitely couldn't bring the Empress and the others. However, the Empress and the others had also advanced into the Foundation building realm, and it would be too slow to advance on the Sky Sea Star. Therefore, the Empress and the others had to set off later and let Tang Yun send them on a flying shuttle. Anyway, there was the Origin nurturing gourd that could carry a lot of people. Of course, the Empress and the others didn't need to ask, they were all his wives. Lin Luo, Zhou Heng, Original Born Heavenly Venerable, and the others also expressed their willingness to go to the Moonlight Star. Ling Han revealed a smile. When Monkey Brother advanced into the 4 extreme tiers and became a Venerable, they should also have grown up and could become Monkey Brother's arms to overthrow the Azure Dragon Empire. This trip to the Azure Dragon Empire would be to plant countless seeds of hope. The Empress was fine, but Hunyo wasn't a reasonable person. She acted coquettishly and wanted to go with Ling Han. In the end, she was suppressed by the Empress and could only scream. 3 days later, Ling Han left the Department of Foreign Affairs and boarded a spaceship with the Azure Dragon Empire's envoy, setting off for the Moonlight Star. And with him, there was also the big black dog and perverted pig. Chapter 3752. It wasn't that someone was intentionally targeting Ling Han, but this was the rule of the first natal residence. Hostages couldn't leave without permission. TSK, he really thinks he's a prisoner. Ling Han didn't argue. Although the guard here was only at the foundation building level, and he could deal with him with one finger, if he really made a move, it would attract the suppression of the Azure Dragon Empire. For the current Ling Han, it was a colossus that he couldn't fight against. Thus, he turned around and went back, but asked, "I can't go out. Is it okay for my dog to go out for a walk?" Walk the dog? No, the dog walked by itself. The guard thought for a moment and said, "No problem." As long as there was no problem. After Ling Han went back, he called the large black dog over. "What? Can't you see I'm busy?" The large black dog was lying on the ground. Ever since he was equipped with the connection device, he seemed to have gotten an extremely interesting toy and was immersed in that world, having a lot of fun. Ling Han laughed. "Okay, then from now on, I won't give you universe dollars anymore." He. The large black dog immediately climbed up and said with a flattering smile, "Little Han, Grandpa Dog is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Quickly tell me what's going on." "Grandpa Dog is going to bring a girl to explore the extremely cold land. We agreed that after we pass, the girl will show Grandpa Dog her underwear." Ling Han almost gave him a slap. "What are you thinking all day long?" In the Star Web, apart from sparring and shopping, there were also some virtual mystery realms that people could enter to train and increase their experience. Dying time and time again in the virtual mystery realms was actually so that they wouldn't die or even get hurt in the real mystery realms. But for the large black dog, it actually became a tool for him to pick up girls. "You damn dog, can't you be a little more promising?" Ling Han sighed. Humph. Lascivious Pig also laughed at him. "You're not much better." Ling Han glared at him. Lascivious Pig gave him a look of disdain. If it wasn't for this guy, he would definitely be in the arms of different beauties and enjoying the blessings of women, bastard. "Little Han, why did you call Grandpa Dog?" the large black dog asked. Ling Han looked at the dog, and he was slightly hesitant now. Was it a good idea to leave this matter to the large black dog? Would this guy use public funds to pick up girls? However, if they did not send the large black dog, could it be that they would send the perverted pig? Ling Han glanced at the lecherous pig and shook his head. Sigh, why were there so many unreliable pigs and dogs around him? Perverted Pig was instantly enraged. "What kind of expression is that? It's fine if you look down on that perverted dog, but why did you have to insult Uncle Pig, you bastard?" He had no choice but to let the large black dog do it. "Help me buy some herbs," Ling Han said with a straight face. The large black dog faltered, and tilted his head to look at Ling Han. "Little Han, you're actually delaying Grandpa Dog's flirting with girls for such a trivial matter? Here, I'll transfer 200,000 universe coins to you. Buy me 10 portions of the herbs on this list. I've marked a price for each of them. If you can buy them back at a lower price, it'll be your errand fee." Ling Han tempted him. I'll go. The large black dog immediately stood up, and put a hand on Ling Han's shoulder. "Little Han, if there's such a thing in the future, just send Grandpa Dog for it. We're friends." Scram. After Ling Han transferred the money, the large black dog ran off like a wisp of smoke. After a long time, the large black dog finally came back. He left a pile of herbs on the ground, and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. He had probably embezzled a lot of money, and was afraid that Ling Han would go back on his word. Unfortunately, he did not know how much money Ling Han had earned from his battle with Shi. Otherwise, he would definitely strangle Ling Han's neck and demand his dividends. Ling Han smiled, and after checking the herbs, he nodded. The large black dog might not be reliable, but the herbs he bought this time were all good. There were no cases of insufficient age or loss of medicinal properties after being stored for too long. On this point, Old Black still had a sense of propriety. He knew the importance of Ling Han's elixir concoction. Thus, he should have started by haggling and earned some money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent almost a day just to buy some herbs. He reckoned that he had exhausted his mouth and caused the shop assistants to be dumbfounded. On this point, Ling Han was very confident in the large black dog. Ling Han then started to set up the array. He frowned slightly. The power of heaven and earth here had been changed, and it was used to set up the Azure Dragon Empire's imperial capital's defensive array. It was a very high-grade array, and it made it very troublesome for Ling Han to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to set up an elixir concoction array. To put it simply, he couldn't compete with the imperial capital's great array. Without a choice, Ling Han could only use the Dao stones to replenish it. He burned the Dao stone's energy as the price to replenish the lack of power of heaven and earth. This consumed a lot of Dao stones, but there was no other way. Ling Han began to concoct the elixir. He threw the herbs into the furnace and used his mind power to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to fuse and sublimate the essences of the herbs. With a crisp sound, the furnace was broken. Ling Han couldn't help but frown. There was nothing wrong with his concoction technique, but concocting elixirs above the immortal path would draw upon an astonishing amount of power of heaven and earth. This ordinary furnace wouldn't be able to withstand such energy pressure and was easily broken. Was he going to use the chaotic polarity Thunder Pagoda again? This was the Azure Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Ling Han didn't want to expose the treasures on him. Although the arch weapon could conceal itself, it wasn't enough for greedy people. He had to get a better furnace. He couldn't possibly use the chaotic polarity Thunder Pagoda to concoct elixirs in the future, right? He took out the chaotic polarity Thunder Pagoda and started to concoct again. This time, he would use the arch weapon to make up the numbers. The concoction of the Foundation Transformation Elixir was very complicated. Furthermore, it required a wisp of the immortal foundation power of the alchemist, which would directly affect the quality of the elixir. Ling Han had to be very careful, even though he had practiced it many times in his mind. However, practice was practice, and this was just an armchair strategist. He had to use it in reality. Failure, failure, failure. This was much harder than Ling Han had imagined. He had actually failed 7 times in a row. For an alchemy emperor, this was an inconceivable matter. He adjusted his state and wasn't in a hurry to start the 8th furnace. Instead, he recalled in his mind and summarized his own shortcomings. After half an hour, Ling Han started again. This time, he was successful. After 3 hours, he revealed a smile. The success of the elixir was imminent. He fiercely flicked his finger. Xiao, xiao, xiao. He struck out with 7 streams of force. This was his immortal foundation power and was also the primer for the Foundation Transformation Elixir. It was extremely important. The 7 streams of force entered the elixir, causing the 7 elixirs to dance in the air like spirits. Ling Han concentrated. He was fusing the immortal foundation power with the elixir power. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, in a very short period of time, Ling Han reached out his hand and waved. Xiao, all 7 elixirs were collected into his palm. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Chapter 37:53. Ling Han lifted his head and saw a purple-clothed lady standing on the wall. This lady looked to be in her early 20s and was extremely beautiful. Her figure was graceful, and as she stood on the high ground, her dress was blown by the wind and stuck tightly to her body, outlining her alluring curves. "Young lady, you are?" Ling Han asked. "My name is Lu Xuanyu." The lady said, "Are you the newcomer, Ling Han?" "I am." Ling Han nodded and continued to look at her with a questioning expression. "Why are you standing on the wall of my house?" Lu Xuanyu giggled and jumped down from the wall. I am so sorry. I smelled the elixir's fragrance and couldn't help but want to take a look. I didn't expect you to be an alchemy master. Ling Han, however, was slightly apprehensive. He had not discovered when the other party had leaped onto the wall. Though part of the reason for this was because he was completely focused on concocting alchemical pills, even so, no matter which foundation building tier cultivator it was, it would not be able to hide from his divine sense. Ling Han still had that much confidence. Therefore, there was only one possibility: this Lu Xuanyu wasn't at the foundation establishment realm and was at least at the casting cauldron realm. You flatter me. Ling Han let out a faint smile. Lu Xuanyu was very enthusiastic. You are too humble. There are many hostages here, and there is no lack of astounding talents in martial art. But when it comes to alchemy masters, as far as I know, you are the only one. Alright then. Ling Han nodded honestly. His talent in the alchemy Dao was indeed astounding. Lu Xuanyu let out a sweet smile. You just arrived and probably don't know much about this place. Let me tell you about it. Alright. Lu Xuanyu introduced to Ling Han. There were a total of 23 hostages here, which represented the 23 factions that were affiliated with the Azure Dragon Empire. Some factions had existed for tens of thousands of years, but there were also some that had just been established. The Azure Dragon Empire allowed their subordinates to compete in private. For example, if another faction emerged from the Heaven Sea Star and eliminated the Chen clan and replaced them, the Azure Dragon Empire wouldn't send troops to take revenge for the Chen clan. As long as that faction was obedient and paid enough tribute, everything would be fine. Of course, this force must never affect the rule of the Azure Dragon Empire. Otherwise, it would inevitably be destroyed. Just like the Chen clan dynasty back then. In fact, they didn't have any rebellious behavior. It was because the Meng clan felt that if this carried on, the Chen clan might go out of control and become so powerful that it could threaten the existence of the Meng clan. Because they were all hostages, the people of the first natal residence were united, and Lu Xuanyu was the leader of the group. Ling Han, we're all living under someone else's roof, so we have to help each other, right? Lu Xuanyu asked in the end. Ling Han naturally agreed, and said, yes. Lu Xuanyu gave Ling Han a meaningful look. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to look for me. If the circumstances allow it, I will definitely help you resolve it. I'll remember it. Lu Xuanyu floated away while Ling Han rubbed his chin and pondered. They actually formed a group in this small hostage residence. According to Lu Xuanyu, there were a total of 3 caste tripod realm martial artists here. One of them was her, and the other 2 were Han Bing and Zhao Xiao. The rest were only at the Foundation establishment realm. It wasn't that the people here were slow-witted, but they wouldn't be a hostage for more than 100 years. After that, they would be replaced. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to break through to the life core realm, and those who could cultivate to this realm were basically old freaks who were a few hundred years old. Furthermore, for those who could break through to the life core realm before the age of 100 years, there would probably not be more than 10 individuals in a celestial body. In theory, as long as Ling Han stayed here obediently for 100 years, he would naturally be able to be released upon completion of his sentence. But the problem was that he had to stay in this first natal residence without freedom for 100 years. What a joke. How could he leave? Ling Han naturally didn't have any intention of becoming a hostage. He came here because the Chong clan had a base on the Moonlight planet. Furthermore, he couldn't leave and could only rely on the large black dog as a tentacle. It was too inconvenient. Ling Han immediately thought of his alchemy arts. For a genius alchemist like him, no matter where he went, he would be able to become an esteemed guest. Thus, as long as he could make a name for himself, it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave this place. Without a doubt, the Foundation Transformation Pill was the best proof. Ling Han decided to refine more Foundation Transformation Pills. Not only did this represent wealth, it was also a symbol of identity and status. Thus, he had to be patient first. He didn't believe that the people from the hostage residence would never have the chance to leave. Even prisoners had time to relax, and they were the envoys of the various forces in name, not criminals. Ling Han continued to refine pills. He had just finished refining one furnace, and his technique hadn't reached a perfect stage yet. There was still a lot of room for improvement. He was rather low-key, never leaving his residence, and refined pills every day. The hostage residence was an unofficial term. In reality, the first natal residence was occupied by the envoys of the various forces. Thus, the Azure Dragon Empire naturally had to express their stance. Every month, they would provide a large amount of cultivation resources to the first natal residence, but the right to distribute them was in the hands of Lu Xuanyu. As expected, her role as a captain wasn't to help others or to unite everyone. Instead, she had a certain amount of authority. If I don't like you, so what if I give you less? If you can't even leave, who are you going to complain to? Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Empire was sending the cultivation resources on a monthly basis, but Lu Xuanyu was distributing them every day. Thus, as long as she was offended, her revenge would come very quickly. After one day, Ling Han stopped refining elixirs and opened up the connection device. Recently, Brother Monkey had been uncontactable. It shouldn't be because he turned off the connection device, but because he was adventuring in a certain mystic realm. Normally, the star web wouldn't be able to connect to a mystic realm. As usual, Ling Han sent a message to Brother Monkey and switched to the trade interface. He put up the information of the Foundation Transformation Pills for sale and queued up to participate in the ranking tournament. In just a split second, someone sent a message to him. "Damn, aren't you the guy who broke the first record? Why are you selling elixirs again? Faint. Are you crazy for money? Are you thinking of selling fake elixirs to earn money?" Messages after messages were sent over. Some of them were curious that Ling Han was doing a hawker business, while others were doubting if the elixirs Ling Han was selling were real or fake. It couldn't be helped. The previous incident of the tickets had already labeled Ling Han as a money grubber. Now that he was selling elixirs, there would naturally be doubts. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Was his credibility that low? He added another sentence on the sale information: "You can use the Star Web's delivery service. If you find any fake goods, you can return them immediately." This time, there were much fewer people who doubted him. However, there were still a few people who questioned him and didn't believe him at all. Ling Han couldn't be bothered to reply. He was selling Foundation Transformation Pills, did he need to beg others to buy it? After he displayed his cold attitude, many people actually believed him. Furthermore, with the Star Web as a guarantor, if he really encountered fake goods, he would still be able to get his money back. Chapter 3754. Ling Han only accepted 10 orders, and then he removed the order for selling Foundation Transformation Pills. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. If there were too many of them, they wouldn't be valuable anymore. He was the Alchemy Emperor, so the pills he took out naturally had to be sold at a sky-high price. How could he sell them cheaply? That would be too embarrassing. Ling Han asked the large black dog to make another trip to the Chong clan's office to deliver the goods. This postage was naturally borne by the buyer, but it was now frozen by the Star Web. If it was proven that Ling Han was selling fake goods, then not only would he not be able to sell the goods, he would also lose a huge sum of teleportation fees. After waiting for a while, he started the ranking battles. He spent more than 4 hours fighting the 3 battles. The main reason was that he had waited for too long. No wonder some geniuses didn't fight in the ranking battles. For those who didn't have enough patience, this would make them go crazy. A night passed, and Ling Han cultivated in the early morning as usual. After stepping into the celestial path, he could actually cultivate at any time, but the efficiency was the highest in the early morning, which was even 100 times more than other times. After cultivating, Ling Han began to eat breakfast. He planned to continue concocting alchemical pills later. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The servant went to open the door, but when he returned, he didn't report who had come, but directly brought the person in. Ling Han was instantly displeased. He hadn't decided whether to meet or not, so how could he directly bring the person in? He looked at the person who had come. This was a young man with an imposing manner. He had a dignified appearance, and he also had a kind of arrogance. They were just hostages. Was there a need to be so overbearing? Then he looked at the servant, and there was an obvious fear on his face. That young man was in the Foundation establishment realm. If he wanted to force his way in, that servant wouldn't be able to stop him. You know how to refine pills? That young man asked directly. My name is Tan Zhengjie. You can call me Brother Tan. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to look for me. In this residence, I still have some face. I heard from Sister Lu that you've even refined Foundation transformation pills. Give me a few, and give me your Star Web account. I'll transfer the money to you later. If this person was a little more polite, then Ling Han might have considered it. However, this person displayed such a condescending attitude right from the start. Ling Han was not happy about it. Who are you? What Tan Zhengjie, do I know you? Ling Han smiled. Can I look for you for anything? Of course. Tan Zhengjie nodded proudly. Ling Han nodded. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Tan to do me a favor and let me leave this place immediately. Tan Zhengjie's expression immediately stiffened. You want to leave this place? Bah, I also want to, but the point is this realistic? They were all hostages. Even if they had some ability, it was limited to a small place like the Jia Yuanfu. Are you toying with me on purpose? His face immediately darkened. Ling Han smiled. Didn't you say that you can help with anything? Nonsense, even so, you can't demand such an exorbitant price. Tan Zhengjie suppressed his anger. Alright, I'll talk business with you now. 10,000 Dao stones for one Foundation transformation Dan, give me 10 of them. 10,000 Ling Han almost laughed out loud. The market price of a Foundation transformation Dan was 50,000, and there was no market for it. For example, he had put up 100,000 on the Star Web trading platform, but in the end, no one dared to bargain and immediately bought it. You want to take it away with 10,000 Dao stones? What a huge joke. I'll pay 20,000 Dao stones for one. I'll take as many as you have. Ling Han replied. Ling Han. Tan Zhengjie raised his voice by a level. Don't think that being able to refine pills is amazing. This is the Jia Yuanfu, you're just a prisoner. You speak as if you're not. Ling Han shook his head. You. Tan Zhengjie pointed at Ling Han, I'll give you one more chance. You should know that if you offend me, you won't be able to move an inch in this place. Oh, you have such great ability. Ling Han laughed. Tan Zhengjie said proudly, Sister Lu's Pioneer Star, and my Dong Yuan Star have been friends for generations, and they're even in-laws. So, if I were to say a few words to Sister Lu, I guarantee that you won't have a good time. Ling Han sighed, say, you're still a man, why don't you have any prospects, and still need a woman to stand up for you? Tan Zhengjie's face instantly turned red. He was obviously very angry, these words were too hurtful. Humph, do you think I can't take care of you? He said coldly. Ling Han laughed, shook his head and said, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but I can beat 10 of you with one hand. Arrogant, you're really arrogant. Tan Zhengjie said coldly, come out, let's go to the battlefield to practice. The battlefield was a place specially used for practicing martial arts and sparring. This was because the destructive power of the Foundation establishment was too great. If they were to really spar with their hands and feet, this Jia Yuanfu would collapse in a few blows. There's no need to go through so much trouble. It's just a matter of stretching out my hand. Ling Han smiled and extended his hand towards Tan Zhengjie. Impudent. Tan Zhengjie was furious. This brat is really arrogant, and he actually dares to take the initiative to attack me. Moreover, who do you think I am? You can take me down in 2 or 3 blows, so I don't even need to go to the battlefield. But just as his hand reached out, his expression changed. Ling Han's hand felt like heaven and earth were suppressing him, giving him a feeling that he was unmatched. This is too scary. We're both at the Foundation establishment realm, but why is the gap so big? He wanted to risk his life and burst out with power to at least shatter this courtyard, which would attract the attention of others, and he would be rescued. But when his power surged out, he was surprised to find that his power was actually limited to an extremely small area. How is this possible? He might only be at the Heaven Foundation establishment realm, but even at the Extreme Foundation establishment realm, it was impossible to have such a strong suppression on him. Is he at the Cast Tripod realm? No, 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 absolutely impossible. He hurriedly shook his head in his heart. The aura that Ling Han emitted was definitely at the Foundation establishment realm, and it was impossible for him to be a Cast Tripod realm expert. But they were both at the Foundation establishment realm, so how could the gap be so big? What was his ranking in the star web? Top 10,000, or even top 1,000? He hadn't even finished this thought when he was already taken down by Ling Han. Ling Han carried him and walked straight to the main door. Then, he raised his hand and tossed. Pa, Tan Zhengjie was thrown onto the ground. He didn't even take a second look, closed the door, and walked back. In the future, no one is allowed to enter without my permission, he said calmly to the 3 servants. This was the first time, so he didn't make a fuss about it. Yes, young Master Han. The 3 servants all trembled. That was Tan Zhengjie, and he was actually swept out like a dog. This master was really too awesome. But young Master Han, that Tan Zheng, one of the servants still wanted to remind Ling Han of Tan Zhengjie's background, but Ling Han swept a cold glance over him, and he instantly shut his mouth obediently, not daring to say another word. Chapter 3756. An array formation. Ling Han reacted immediately. This colorful ball was protected by an array formation. If he tried to take it by force, the only result would be the colorful ball exploding. That would be equivalent to doing it for nothing. He swept a glance over, and saw that there were a few patterns glowing under the colorful ball. Instantly, a corresponding array pattern appeared in his mind. This was a very simple array formation. Even if one was not an array master, they could still easily crack it, because there were too many loopholes left. In reality, this array formation was meant to be cracked by others. Its purpose was only to delay for a moment, so that others could catch up and launch their attacks. However, to Ling Han, this array formation was too simple. It should be known that he had already crossed the threshold of an array master, and could even shift into an array. How long would it take for him to crack this almost child's array formation? He merely stretched out his hand and swiped it, and the light of the array formation dimmed. The weak power of heaven and earth was changed by him. Ling Han grabbed at the air again. Xiao, the colorful ball automatically flew up and landed in his hand. This series of actions took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Only a few tenths of a second had passed. If Ling Han was willing, he could completely rush back, and he could guarantee that no one could stop him. But thinking about it, since Tan Zhengjie was unwilling to accept a lesson, then he would teach him a lesson today. Huh! Lu Xuanyu's 3 cast cauldrons all let out a cry of surprise. Cracking the array formation on the colorful ball was really too simple, and anyone could do it. However, he only needed to swipe his hand to undo the array formation. This was really too easy. Unless Ling Han was an array master, how could that be? Wasn't this guy a genius alchemist? Who was so freakish that he could excel in both array formations and alchemy? At this moment, Tan Zhengjie and the others had already charged over. Ling Han held the colorful ball in his left hand and held it behind his back. He faced 19 aggressive opponents alone. Tan Zhengjie revealed a ruthless expression. In his plan, he had asked the other 9 companions to join forces with him to gang up on Ling Han. However, if Ling Han didn't get a colored ball, it would be too obvious if the 10 of them went to fight a person without a colored ball. Now that Ling Han had obtained the colored ball, it was reasonable for them to attack him together. The difference was that the previous attacks were for the sake of snatching the colored ball. Now, of course, they were targeting Ling Han himself. Kill! Tan Zhengjie roared, taking the initiative to attack. Ling Han shook his head. You still haven't learned your lesson. How stupid. Xiao, 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 the others also unleashed their attacks, all of them greeting Ling Han. Ling Han was calm and unafraid. He had quite a few ways to instantly kill these 19 people, but after thinking for a moment, he opened up a screen of starlight, and then stared at Tan Zhengjie as he began his counterattack. He suppressed his strength, showing that it was just enough to crush Tan Zhengjie. Pang, pang, pang. More than 10 attacks landed on the starlight curtain, but they couldn't break it at all. Meanwhile, Tan Zhengjie couldn't handle Ling Han's counterattack. He kept on retreating, appearing to be in an extremely sorry state. Tan Zhengjie was extremely depressed. Why did he have to target him? He barely managed to block, but he couldn't withstand Ling Han's attacks. Punches and palms continuously landed on his body, causing him endless pain. Interesting. Zhao Xiao said calmly. His eyes had a trace of curiosity. Was this light curtain that Ling Han released a kind of cultivation technique or a secret treasure? If it was a secret treasure, what grade would it be? If it was a 1-star artifact, he naturally wouldn't care as it was no longer suitable for him. However, if it was a 2-star or even higher grade artifact, then he would naturally be tempted. If it was a cultivation technique, then he would use any means necessary to obtain it. One's own strength surpassed external objects. For example, in the Star Web ranking battle, no treasures could be relied on. Even if one had an imperial armament, it would be useless. Hee. Han Bing also revealed a smile. His thoughts were similar to Zhao Zhao's. Even Lu Xuanyu was very surprised. She only knew that Ling Han was a genius in alchemy and could refine the foundation transformation pill. He was also not weak in the aspect of martial art, and could even suppress Tan Zhengjie. However, when she saw Ling Han's starlight curtain, she was still very shocked. This guy seemed to have grasped an extremely powerful cultivation technique. She sneered in her heart. Since he had entered the first natal palace, it was equivalent to falling into the palm of her hand. There was no way he could escape. Pang, pang, pang. The attacks turned into incomparably resplendent light, continuously landing on the starlight curtain. However, although the curtain was on the verge of collapse, it did not break. One could not help but sigh at the tenacity of its life force. This rendered the people surrounding Ling Han speechless. They felt as if Ling Han was wearing a tortoise shell. No matter how many people they had, or how powerful their attacks were, they couldn't do anything to him at all. Tan Zhengjie was even more miserable. The others only felt depressed that they could not break through Ling Han's defense, but he was constantly being beaten by Ling Han. Every punch and palm hit his flesh, and the pain was excruciating. Finally, he could not take it anymore, and turned to run. I'm not going to fight anymore, alright? I want to run. Ling Han chuckled, and with a big stride, he charged forward and gave Tan Zhengjie a series of violent punches. Although he was only using his right hand, the speed at which he punched out was faster than most people's fists. Every punch landed heavily on Tan Zhengjie's body. Only pieces of cloth could be seen flying in the air, and Tan Zhengjie's clothes had been torn apart by Ling Han. This is called armor break, Ling Han said with a smile. Armor break. When everyone heard this, they all had strange expressions. Armor break shouldn't be breaking through the opponent's defense. For example, armor, or other protective items. If you shattered the opponent's clothes, how could this be called armor break? Ah! Tan Zhengjie let out a shameful scream. He had actually been beaten naked by Ling Han in front of everyone. What kind of humiliation was this? Tisk, tsk, tsk. Someone glanced at his crotch, and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What a giant! Ling Han also felt that it was a bit unsightly, and so he raised his leg. Peng! He kicked Tan Zhengjie's buttocks, kicking him out of the battlefield. He turned around and looked at everyone. Who was the one who beat me the most fiercely just now? Everyone was aghast. This guy had withstood their firepower and forcibly tore Tan Zhengjie's clothes, causing him to leave the battlefield in disgrace. Now, he was targeting them. Who could withstand this? This was a monster. Being swept by Ling Han's gaze, everyone revealed a look of fear. If they were targeted by Ling Han, they would be very, very miserable. You bastard, you already got the colored ball, why aren't you leaving? You. Ling Han pointed at one person. No, not me. That person was so scared that his face turned green. He hurriedly turned around and ran. I won't fight anymore, okay? Dream on. Ling Han caught up with him and gave him a good beating. After he had his fill, he looked at the others. Instantly, those people were so scared that their faces instantly turned pale. You are invulnerable, and your skin is as thick as what? How can I beat you? Without saying anything else, they all turned around and ran. Ling Han caught up with one person and beat him up, but the others all ran away. Hee, you guys are too naive. With a paw, Ling Han crushed the colored ball. According to the rules, they had to compete again. Damn it. Everyone was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 3757. At this moment, everyone's hearts were on the verge of collapsing. Aren't you a little too ruthless? You didn't beat up enough people, so you deliberately broke the colored ball and started again? Fuck, you're really not just a normal kind of black. But rules were rules. The colored ball had broken, so this round was equivalent to coming here for nothing. They had to start again. Everyone looked like they had eaten a dead child, their expressions extremely ugly. Even Lu Xuanyu and the others had strange expressions. The winner had broken the colored ball himself. Such a strange thing had only happened today. Fine, let's start again. The lottery competition restarted, but no one walked into the battlefield. Who wanted to be beaten up? Stupid. Ling Han crossed his hands and walked forward slowly. His appearance was very hateful, as if he was mocking everyone. But no matter how much they hated him, which one of them could beat Ling Han? Sigh, being invincible is really lonely. Ling Han shook his head and walked to the center of the battlefield. He picked up the colored ball and walked back slowly. Everyone was furious, especially Tan Zhengjie. This time, he had been beaten up. His hatred for the past and hatred for the new. 1 step, 2 steps. Although Ling Han walked slowly, the battlefield was only so big. After a few minutes, he still walked out. Winner, Ling Han. This result was the same as the previous time, but if it happened again, everyone would gnash their teeth in hatred and want to skin Ling Han alive. "Congratulations, Ling Han, for winning this lottery competition," Lu Xuanyu said with a smile, looking at Ling Han with a meaningful gaze. Ling Han smiled at the people around him. "Thank you, everyone, for your humble concession." "Humble my ass. If I could beat you, I would definitely skin you alive." Everyone was already in a bad mood. Seeing that Ling Han was still mocking them, they were infuriated. How could there be such a venomous person in the world? Ling Han turned around and said to Lu Xuanyu, "Captain, when can I go out?" "Tomorrow." Ling Han nodded and strode off. Hee, this guy seems to be a bit of a prick." Zhao Xiao walked over and looked at Ling Han's back. "Very unruly." Han Bing also said. Lu Xuanyu revealed a confident smile. "I will make him do things obediently." When he said that, Zhao Xiao and Han Bing showed jealousy at the same time, and their expressions were extremely weird. Zhao Xiao could not help but say, "Xuanyu, that is just a small foundation establishment realm cultivator. Teach him a lesson and he will be obedient." "That's right. To put it more realistically, this is a prison. As long as you don't beat someone to death, who would care about a hostage from another country?" Han Bing nodded. "Let me do it first." Lu Xuanyu shook her head. "You can't force a melon to be sweet. That guy is an alchemy genius, so he's definitely arrogant. If you threaten him, he'll definitely be conflicted. How could he possibly take things seriously?" But Han Bing still wanted to persuade him. "I know what I'm doing," Lu Xuanyu said lightly. Han Bing and Zhao Xiao did not speak again, but the expressions on their faces were filled with hatred. It was unknown what they had to hate Ling Han for. That night, Ling Han was slightly excited. Though he had only entered the first natal palace for a few days, this was a prison, so he naturally felt a sense of pressure. The night passed, and after Ling Han finished cultivating, he immediately walked towards the main entrance. This time, the guard did not stop him, and instead said, "You must return before midnight. Otherwise, we will report this to the Imperial Clan Court, and you will be listed as a fugitive." Ling Han nodded. These were the rules and regulations, and he had no intention of arguing with such a minor character. He strode out of the first natal palace. Under the same sky, after walking out of the high walls, Ling Han's mood suddenly relaxed. Time was short, and Ling Han's goal was clear. He did not go to meet up with the Empress and the others, but headed straight for the Saint Medicinal Hall. This was the Moonlight Planet's holy land of alchemy, and gathered the highest-level alchemists on the entire planet. The Saint Medicinal Hall's great elder, the Three-Medicine Old Man, was even conferred a noble title by the Azure Dragon Empire. He was a dignified first-rank duke, which was the highest noble title that someone with a different surname could obtain. Naturally, the Saint Medicinal Hall's status was extremely high. This was because the Three-Medicine Old Man was an Earth-grade high-level alchemist, and even sect master-level alchemists had to ask him to concoct pills for them. His status was naturally respected. Of course, he could not use his movement techniques in the city, nor could he use his kinesis tool to fly. This would be seen as a great disrespect, so Ling Han walked on foot. In any case, his speed was very fast. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Saint Medicinal Hall. This was a splendid building complex that occupied a large area. There were many tall towers, some silver, some gold. Ling Han found out from the star web that the silver towers were for human-grade alchemists, while the gold towers were for earth-grade alchemists. Whether it was martial art, alchemy Dao, or array Dao, they were all strictly graded. He walked into the Saint Medicinal Hall with large strides. After entering, there was a large hall that had a large number of alchemy pills for sale. The employees here were all very arrogant. Although Ling Han was looking around, no one asked him what type of alchemy pills he needed. They all had an expression that said, "If you want to buy it, then don't." Ling Han had no intention of interacting with the employees. He directly passed through the hall and was about to enter the deeper region. "Idler, please stop." Someone immediately stopped him. Ling Han smiled. "I want to get certified as an alchemist." "You?" That person looked at Ling Han in surprise. Ling Han was too young, and he looked to be in his early 20s. Was there really such a young alchemist? However, the alchemist certification was open to everyone. As long as one provided their own materials, the Saint Medicinal Hall would provide an alchemy room. "Alright, come with me." That person led Ling Han towards the back. "Don't look around. There are many alchemists here, and they hate being stared at." "It's very rude," he reminded. Ling Han nodded and readily accepted the advice. They arrived at a very large room. There were many people inside, and they were all staring at a wall. This was a projection wall, and there was an alchemist currently concocting alchemy pills. Ling Han could tell with a single glance that this furnace of pills was about to be completed. The person who had led Ling Han hurriedly jogged to the front, and muttered something to someone. After a while, he returned, and said, "Just wait here, someone will arrange for you to go through the verification." "Alright." Ling Han sat down and closed his eyes to rest. He had no interest in the alchemy that was currently taking place. "TCH, what are you pretending for? You've already come all the way here, and you're still resting with your eyes closed?" Someone sneered. Ling Han was astonished. "Was resting with my eyes closed a hindrance to you?" "That's right. Our Saint Medicinal Hall's #1 genius, Luo Jun, is breaking through to become an alchemist today. He specially invited everyone here to observe, but you're actually not paying attention," another person said to Ling Han, his tone somewhat stern. Luo Jun was only 29 years old this year, but he was extremely talented. He had only used 15 years to advance from beginner alchemy apprentice to high-rank alchemist, and now he was breaking through to become a low-rank mortal-level alchemist. This kind of talent was simply astonishing. Now, Luo Jun was willing to allow everyone to observe his alchemy techniques, but you're actually still resting with your eyes closed? Are you trying to be pretentious, or are you intentionally mocking me? Chapter 3758. He closed his eyes and rested, and it was actually elevated to such a level. Ling Han shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to these people. But even if he didn't lower himself to their level, these people wouldn't let it go. 1 to 10, 10 to 100, many people knew that there was a person here who didn't take Luo Jun seriously, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep while he was being certified as an alchemist. "Since you're here, aren't you mocking me on purpose instead of watching others refine pills? Who is this person? I don't know him. Maybe he's a new apprentice who doesn't know Luo Jun's name?" "Yes, that must be it." Everyone nodded, certain that Ling Han must be a newbie who had just stepped into the door of alchemy. He didn't even know Luo Jun, the dazzling star. Ling Han pretended not to hear. Did he need to take other people's words to heart? Besides, as long as he started refining later, he could slap their faces one by one. "It's done." Luo Jun completed the pill. "Oh my god, a 29-year-old inferior human-grade alchemist, he's set a new record." Yes, the previous youngest alchemist on Moonlight Planet was 31 years old. This time, not only did he set a new record, but he also pushed the limit of the youngest alchemist to 20 years old. As expected of Luo Jun, his future is limitless. Everyone cried out in surprise, all of them incomparably excited, as if they were the ones concocting pills inside. At this time, the alchemy room opened, and a young man walked out. It was Luo Jun, who had just been refining pills. "Congratulations, Alchemist Luo. Congratulations. He'll definitely become a master in the future. Everyone squeezed up to congratulate him. Of course, they had to show their faces at this time. If Luo Jun remembered them, they might be able to get close to this genius alchemist. Brother Luo, congratulations. Amidst the long laughter, a man strode in. He was like a dragon or a tiger, exuding a shocking aura. Hiss, young Lord Tang Yen. The Tang clan's Qilin son, a genius in martial art. When he was born, he triggered a reaction from heaven and earth. He has an innate divine body. The Tang family is a force at the level of a spirit transformation perfected lord and is deeply favored by His Majesty. Tang Yen was conferred the title of Marquis the moment he was born. Although it is partly because of his innate divine body, it is also because the Tang family is favored by the emperor. Everyone cried out in alarm. This young man walking over was not simple at all. A thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. The prodigy of the Tang clan? He also walked up. Of course, he wasn't heading for Tang Yen. He wanted to immediately start the alchemist certification. Who is this kid? What are you squeezing? Some people still did not recognize Ling Han, and were very displeased to see him pushing his way forward. Ling Han squeezed his way forward. The people here were basically all in the Foundation establishment realm, so who could stop him? Shall we begin? He asked. There were 3 human-grade alchemists here who were in charge of being witnesses. They naturally knew that there was another person who was going to be certified as an alchemist, and the expressions on their faces were not very pleasant. Damn, they just stared at it for 3 hours, and they still want them to continue? However, with such a young fellow, he would probably fail the furnace very soon. Alright, let's begin. Someone nodded. What pill are you going to refine? Another person asked. Ling Han smiled slightly. Foundation transforming pill. Instantly, there was silence, and then roars of laughter rang out. This is too funny. An alchemist who has not even reached human grade actually said he would refine a foundation transforming pill? Where did his courage come from? Tang Yen and Luo Jun had already walked some distance away and did not hear Ling Han's words. They only discovered the crowd's roars of laughter, which made Tang Yen a little curious. He asked, "What's going on?" "Oh, an idiot came to certify a low-level alchemist, and actually said he would refine a foundation transforming pill," the alchemy apprentice on the side replied while laughing. Luo Jun immediately sneered. Foundation transforming pill, even he did not dare to think about it, because geniuses who could refine foundation transforming pills had the possibility of becoming heaven-grade alchemists in the future. He's just playing to the gallery. "Brother Tang, let's go," Luo Jun said. Tang Yen, however, was interested. There's no harm in watching. Since he had already said so, Luo Jun naturally could not say anything else. Although he was a genius alchemist, the degree of genius could not be compared to Tang Yan's family background. Therefore, in the interaction between the two, he was naturally in a weaker position and needed to follow Tang Yan's will. The alchemy apprentice on the side added vinegar and said that Ling Han had deliberately closed his eyes to rest, deliberately stirring up hatred. Luo Jun's face was gloomy, but he said indifferently, "Everyone has their own freedom. No one begs him to watch." Tang Yen laughed loudly. This guy seems to have quite a personality. Luo Jun did not expect Tang Yen to give such an evaluation of Ling Han. He was stunned for a moment, then said embarrassedly, "Yes, yes." There was a ball of fire burning in his heart, and he wanted to drag Ling Han out and beat him up. Who was he? Genius alchemist Luo Jun, the person who set the record for the youngest alchemist on Moonlight Planet. You, a nobody, actually dared to be so arrogant. On the other side, Ling Han also began to refine pills. There was a ready-made array and alchemy furnace here, which saved Ling Han some trouble. He activated the array, and with a wave of his hands, one medicinal ingredient after another was thrown into the alchemy furnace by him. Boom, the energy of heaven and earth surged. For Ling Han, he had been refining foundation transformation pills these days, so he was very familiar with it. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Outside, the crowd originally had the thought of watching a joke, but as they watched, they were stunned. Damn, so smooth. Are you really here to be certified as an alchemist? Are you sure you're not an old alchemist who has already reached this threshold? But looking at Ling Han's appearance, everyone shook their heads. He was so young, definitely younger than Luo Jun. How could he be an old alchemist? Everyone could not help but look at Luo Jun. This person had just set the record for the youngest alchemist on Moonlight Planet. Was he going to be broken in the blink of an eye? If such a thing really happened, then Luo Jun would become a joke. In the future, he would also become a foil, and his name might even be passed down through the ages. The shortest-lived record holder in history would be extremely embarrassing. Luo Jun's expression was extremely ugly. If Ling Han really succeeded, not to mention anything else, just based on the foundation transformation pill that he was refining, he could kill him in a second. Foundation transformation pill, becoming a high-level Earth-grade alchemist was a sure thing. Throughout history, there had never been an exception, and there were even some who became heaven-grade alchemists, which was passed down through the ages. Tang Yen, on the other hand, showed a look of anticipation. If Ling Han could really refine the foundation transformation pill, he was very willing to make friends with him. He did not know alchemy, but looking at Ling Han's skilled technique, he was naturally full of confidence in Ling Han. This person might really succeed. An hour passed, and Ling Han was still refining, methodically. 2 hours later, the situation was still the same. Everyone could not sit still. This was really the rhythm of pill formation. Damn, they were still mocking Ling Han just now, but now they were going to be slapped in the face? Chapter 3760. Ling Han smiled faintly. That's easy. You're really from the first natal palace? Tang Yen was still somewhat incredulous. Which force would be willing to take out such an alchemy genius as a hostage? One had to know that a genius who could refine the foundation transformation pill could at least become a high-level Earth-grade alchemist in the future, and what kind of concept was such an existence? Someone that even sect master-level alchemists would treat with respect. It was really strange, and completely incomprehensible. Indeed, if Ling Han was really just an ordinary alchemist, then he would definitely be protected by Chen Fengyan in every way possible. Even if he had to use his own son as a hostage, it would be impossible for him to hand over Ling Han. An alchemist with a boundless future had too much influence on a force. But who asked Ling Han's identity to be so powerful? He was Chen Fengyan's uncle. If he said he wanted to come here, would Chen Fengyan dare to stop him? Wouldn't he be afraid that Brother Monkey would come back and beat him up until he doubted his life? Ling Han nodded. Yes, I just arrived 10 days ago. Which planet? Heavenly Ocean Planet. Oh. Tang Yen nodded. So it was that declining planet. The natives had just set foot on the path of martial art. If it weren't for the fact that the originally imprisoned criminals had all escaped, this planet would probably still be in the stage of martial arts development. He thought about it, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will definitely let you move out of the first natal palace as soon as possible." This was what Ling Han wanted, so he didn't deliberately be polite and nodded. "Thank you." The two looked at each other and smiled, having a kind of tacit understanding. Tang Yan's first words were what Ling Han wanted, and Ling Han didn't pretend to be polite. Although a thank you was simple, did Tang Yan really want to listen to Ling Han's long speech? He only wanted Ling Han's favor. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Han was still a low-level human-grade alchemist, he wanted to build the foundation of friendship. Especially now that Ling Han was in trouble, it was obviously different for him to lend a helping hand at this time. Sending charcoal in snowy weather and adding flowers to brocade were two completely different meanings. A new alchemist had successfully concocted a foundation transformation pill, and this naturally alarmed the entire Saint Medicine Hall. Regardless of the level of alchemists, as long as they were in the Saint Medicine Hall, they would all rush out to congratulate Ling Han upon hearing the news. Although Ling Han was only a human-grade low-level alchemist now, his future prospects were too bright, so they had no choice but to lower their pride. Ling Han did not put on airs. Firstly, he was not that kind of person. Secondly, he only had high potential, but in this world, there were many people with great potential who died prematurely. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile, because there were always some people in this world who were narrow-minded. Even if there was no enmity between them, they would still step on you out of jealousy. Therefore, before he became powerful, he had to keep a low profile. On the other hand, Ling Han concocted the foundation transformation pill right from the get-go, which was actually already extremely high profile. If it was not related to his freedom, he actually did not want to be exposed. Wouldn't it be better to silently strike it rich? In this way, it was not until night time that Ling Han finally finished dealing with everyone. This was also because Tang Yen spoke on his behalf. Otherwise, he would probably be busy until late at night. Ling Han had an appointment with Tang Yen. In a few days, Tang Yen would go to the First Natal Palace to see him. It was not that Ling Han was putting on airs, but he only had 1 day of freedom. How could he go see Tang Yen? Then I'll see you another day, Tang Yen said with a smile. He was extremely happy. Ling Han nodded. See you another day. He left the Saint Medicinal Hall and returned to the First Natal Palace. He had to return before dawn, or else he would be considered to have violated the country's laws. As he walked, he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone staring at him out of the corner of his eye. He did not think much of it. After all, he was currently a rising star of alchemy. Being recognized by others was a normal thing. However, that person's behavior was a bit strange. After looking at Ling Han a few times, he suddenly turned and ran, quickly disappearing without a trace. Huh! Ling Han could not help but mutter in his heart. This reaction was not right. Whatever, he would return to the hostage palace first. After walking for a while, he entered a small alleyway. Because it was already late and this place was remote, everyone closed the doors, and it was incomparably quiet. There was not a single person to be seen. Ling Han naturally would not be afraid. He walked with large strides, but he only took a few steps before he stopped. Xiao, a figure swiftly chased from behind, leaped over his head, and landed in front of him, blocking his path. Ling Han used his eye sorcery, and with just a glance, he knew the other's cultivation level. It was only the ultimate foundation establishment. I finally found you, the person gritted his teeth, and said darkly. Ling Han was shocked. I killed your father. My father is perfectly fine. The person immediately rebuked. Then did I kill your son? Ling Han asked again. I haven't had children yet. The person was led astray again. Ling Han shook his head. Since you didn't kill your son or father, I don't understand why you look like you want to skin me alive. Humph, my surname is Pang, the person said hatefully. Oh. Ling Han finally understood. Previously, when he was refining the 5 Elements fortune pill, he had once killed many members of the Pang family, and had even killed a foundation establishment cultivator of the Pang family. He smiled. That genius of your family, eh? What's his name again? Did he eat the 5 Elements fortune pill and advance to the foundation establishment realm? It would have been better if Ling Han had not mentioned this, but once he did, that person became even more furious. The Pang family had spared no expense and paid an astonishing amount of wealth to gather all the ingredients for the 5 elements reincarnation pill. In the end, after it was refined and consumed by Pang Yunfei, not only did it not help Pang Yunfei advance, but it also caused a huge problem. They found an alchemist to study the medicinal dregs and finally found the source of the problem. One of the ingredients did not meet the standard, and it was the crystal yuan that they had forcefully seized. They were depressed to death. Back then, in order to take advantage of the situation, they had bought the crystal yuan at an extremely low price, thinking that they had taken advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that this would lead to a disaster? Now, the Pang family had paid a huge price, and Pang Yunfei's body had a huge problem. Who could they complain to? If this person knew that the main culprit was Ling Han, he would probably want to eat him alive. Die. The person brazenly attacked, grabbing at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head, smiled, and said, "Before you make your move, have you forgotten to investigate my abilities first? You've only just advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm," the person said disdainfully. Was there even a need to investigate? He could understand with a single glance. Boom, his hand had already reached, but in order not to alarm the bystanders, he compressed his strength as much as possible, almost not spilling out. Otherwise, the houses here would all collapse in an instant. Ling Han stretched out his hand, grabbing at the other's wrist. "You overestimate yourself." The person sneered, but his expression changed in an instant, because his wrist really had landed in Ling Han's hand. He struggled for a moment, only to feel as if his hand had been forged with top-grade immortal metal, and he could not pull it out at all. How was this possible? He was so shocked that his scalp turned numb, and he felt an indescribable fear. Chapter 3761. Do you regret it now? Ling Han asked. The man gritted his teeth and didn't answer. He really did regret it. He thought that Ling Han was easy to bully since he had just entered the Foundation Establishment realm. He came alone after receiving the news, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be a match for Ling Han. If I told you that the person who sold the crystal to you was me, would your eyeballs fall out of your sockets? Ling Han asked, smiling. The man was startled, and his first reaction was that it was impossible. But then he thought about it again. The matter of the Pang family being cheated wasn't known to the public, and the number of people who knew about it was limited. More importantly, only the higher-ups of the Pang family knew about the problem with the crystal yuan. It was only because his grandfather was a cauldron forging expert that he found out about it by chance. If Ling Han wasn't the person involved, how could he know a secret that even the majority of the Pang family didn't know? It's you. His eyes were spitting fire. Pang Yunfei should have already entered the Foundation Establishment realm. With his monstrous talent, he would definitely be ranked in the top 100,000 of Star Web in the future. On Heavenly Star Sea, he would definitely be one of the best. However, the future hope of the Pang family had been extinguished by Ling Han. You're despicable. You're shameless, he roared angrily. Ling Han shook his head. Before you scold others, first reflect on whether you have such a position. Why? You can chase me, but you can't even let me fight back. Don't worry, the Pang family won't exist for long. I'll destroy it with my own hands. You're dreaming. The man raised his head. Although he couldn't withstand a single blow, Ling Han was just a small Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. What kind of existence was the Pang family? They had ancestor Shengdan in charge. Come on, let's see how you die. He provoked Ling Han. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. Ling Han reached out and pressed his hand on the man's forehead. A huge amount of mystic force immediately surged into the man's sea of consciousness. What do you want to do? Ling Han completely ignored him. He only lightly shook the 2 Immortal Tao Foundation stones in his body. The effects were immediately apparent. Multiple cracks appeared on that person's immortal foundation, as if it hadn't been repaired for a long time. What? That person's face was ashen. How was this possible? He didn't even release his immortal foundation, how could it collapse? It must be an illusion. But that was not the case. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the human immortal foundation grew more and more severe. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer. It shattered into pieces and then collapsed, turning back into the energy of heaven and earth and the mysterious martial art enlightenment. No! He screamed. Now that his immortal foundation had been destroyed, he had fallen from foundation establishment to the mortal realm. He had to cross the gate of immortality and establish his immortal foundation again. However, this was not the end. Ling Han's secret power was still surging within his body, shattering his meridians, secret realms, and apertures one by one. In this way, that person would be a complete mortal, except that their lifespan would be slightly longer. But without his cultivation, his lifespan wouldn't be much longer than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, he had already lived for more than 200 years. At most, he could live for another 10 or so years. He had originally been in his prime, but now he had to count the days and wait for death. He was even a cripple. How could he accept this in such a short time? He was in a daze, and he seemed to be at a loss. Don't worry. In your lifetime, the Pang clan will definitely be destroyed, Ling Han said. Through these words, he expressed a strong confidence. What kind of power was the Pang clan? The life core realm. Thus, to destroy the Pang clan, one naturally needed a life core realm cultivation. And the Pang clan member could still live for a few more years, a dozen or so years. In other words, Ling Han was confident that he could advance to the life core realm within a dozen or so years. If others knew about this, they would definitely say that he was too arrogant. Which life core realm cultivator didn't advance to the life core realm when they were several hundred years old? You wanted to advance to the life core realm in a dozen or so years? Wasn't that too arrogant? Ling Han patted that person's shoulder. Take care. After he finished speaking, he leaped up and disappeared into the distance. That person from the Pang clan instantly sat on the ground. His name was Pang Firen. He wasn't considered a genius in the Pang clan, but it was naturally very impressive that he could advance to the immortal path. Did you all see and hear that? He said, his voice filled with a sobbing tone. Just now, he had turned on the recording function of the device. Everything he saw and heard would be transmitted to the Pang clan. Originally, this was to let the Pang clan see their enemy being killed. Never would they have thought that things would actually develop in the opposite direction. On the other side, the Pang clan had naturally exploded. Previously, they had connected the recording and projected it for their juniors to see. Of course, they had to participate in such an event to vent their anger. Just when Pang Firen was crippled, the Pang clan had already informed the Cauldron Caste expert and the clan's only life core old ancestor. In a virtual space on the star web, the Pang clan members were all sitting upright with cold and furious expressions. Who can tell me, why does that brat have such high battle prowess? The Pang clan's life core old ancestor slammed the table, so angry that even his beard was trembling. This brat had already caused the Pang clan to lose 2 foundation establishment realm cultivators. One was killed, and the other was crippled. If Pang Yunfei was included, that would be a total of 3 people. How many existences on the immortal path did the Pang clan have in total? Everyone was speechless. Before, Ling Han was only at the enlightening realm, but how long had it been? Not only had he advanced to the foundation establishment realm, but he could even easily kill an extreme foundation establishment realm cultivator. One of them revealed a focused expression and said, I just received news that despicable brat is from the hostage manor. His name is Ling Han, and he comes from the Black North country of the Heavenly Ocean Star. Previously, he refined the Foundation establishment pill at the St. Medic Hall and became a pill master there. He's highly respected. What? Everyone exclaimed. This brat is actually a pill master? No, no, no. He's a pill Dao genius. So what if he's a pill Dao genius? Since he's a great enemy of our Pang clan, he can only be destroyed, the Pang clan's old ancestor said coldly. Everyone's discussion stopped, and they all nodded. Ling Han had also expressed that he wanted to destroy the Pang clan. Both sides were already in a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. We definitely can't give this brat any more room to grow, a caste tripod realm cultivator from the Pang clan said. His name was Pang Tong, and he was Pang Firen's grandfather. He naturally hated Ling Han even more. That's right. Another white-haired elder nodded. That despicable brat is a pill Dao genius. If he becomes an Earth-grade pill master, then he just has to stand there and wave his arm, and there will definitely be many true self-realm martial artists who will fight for him. By then, our Pang clan will really be in danger. But our Pang clan doesn't have any power in the capital. What can we do to him? Someone raised the most realistic question. The Pang clan wasn't even in the capital. Go ask the Tang clan for help. The Pang clan's old ancestor suddenly said, back then, the Tang clan was once a member of our Pang clan. When the Pang clan declined, the Tang clan's ancestor went far away to the capital. Although there hasn't been much improvement, there are still life core realm martial artists. I will ask the Tang clan for help and ask them to send experts to kill that despicable brat. Chapter 3762. The members of the Pang family nodded, but their expressions were very solemn. The Tang family owed the Pang family a favor, so as long as the Pang family asked, the Tang family would definitely be too embarrassed to say no if it was just to deal with a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, favors were something that could only be used once. If they wanted to trouble the Tang family again in the future, it would not be a matter of just saying a word. That damned bastard, the elders of the Pang family said hatefully. Go and bring Firen back first, the patriarch of the Pang family continued. The old ancestor of the Long clan continued, if the conditions allow it, we'll capture him alive. I have a feeling that this kid might be hiding a huge secret. This might be a turning point for our Long clan. Hearing this, the members of the Pang family finally revealed a hint of joy. Yes, Ling Han was unbelievably powerful. This kid definitely had a shocking secret. If the Pang family could obtain it, it might be a blessing in disguise. We must not let the Tang family know about Ling Han's background. Yes, ask them to capture him alive. Even if they can't, they have to bring his corpse back. They spoke one after another, clearly very excited. However, they forgot one thing, Ling Han was in the Jia natal residence. Even the Tang family would not dare to barge into the Jia natal residence to kill and kidnap people. This was a great humiliation to the Meng dynasty. Even the Tang family would not dare to do so. They were only returning a favor. How could they be willing to sacrifice their entire family? Ling Han returned to the Jia natal residence. It was still a little before midnight. He stood at the door for a while before stepping into the residence. Although Tang Yen promised to get him out very soon, that was a matter for the future. Ling Han returned to his residence. Before he could rest, he heard a servant report that Lu Xuanyu wanted to see him. So late? Ling Han thought about it and said, please. He sat down in the living room. After a while, he saw a servant leading Lu Xuanyu over. Greetings, Captain Lu. Ling Han stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Lu Xuanyu smiled sweetly. How does freedom feel? Very good. Ling Han nodded. Indeed, those who had not lost their freedom could not imagine how precious freedom was. Lu Xuanyu was very satisfied with Ling Han's answer. She asked again, then, do you want to continue to be free? Ling Han's eyes widened. What did that mean? As long as you work for me with sincerity, I can guarantee you that you will get the privilege of going out for 1 day every month, Lu Xuanyu said unhurriedly with a strong sense of confidence. For people like them who had lost their freedom and had a brief taste of freedom, their desire for freedom was naturally greater than anything else. This was a huge temptation. Lu Xuanyu did not believe that Ling Han could resist it. Ling Han smiled. What do you mean by doing things sincerely? Give me 10 transforming foundation dawn every day. Lu Xuanyu finally revealed her true colors. You don't have to worry about the herbs. I will prepare them for you. You just need to refine the pills. For her, the usefulness of the transforming foundation pill was too great. She did not intend to sell it. Instead, she wanted to use it to befriend those true spoiled brats and enter the top circles of the capital. Ling Han shook his head. Sorry, I cannot accept this condition. Lu Xuanyu smiled, seemingly not angry. Then what if I am included? Ling Han looked at Lu Xuanyu in surprise. What did she mean? As long as you work for me, I will be yours, Lu Xuanyu said in a seductive tone. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. Ling Han seemed to understand why she was the leader even though there were 2 other casting cauldrons here. Moreover, they were all hostages. How could she fight for a day for everyone? She had even said that as long as Ling Han listened to her, he could go out for a day every month. Was the imperial clan court owned by her? She was just a casting cauldron. On Moonlight Star, such a person could not even be called an expert. How could she be so confident? However, if she used beauty as bait, then it was different. So dirty. Ling Han felt disgusted and said indifferently, please conduct yourself with dignity. Lu Xuanyu was surprised. She did not expect Ling Han to reject her. Firstly, she was a beauty among beauties. Secondly, they were all locked up here and could not come into contact with women. Was she going to make a move on those aunties who were over 40 years old? Now that she was willing to throw herself into his arms, he was actually not moved at all. I am at the caste tripod realm. Have you played with women of this realm before? Lu Xuanyu tempted him. Ling Han scoffed. This woman still had the cheek to say that he was at the caste tripod realm. She was simply a chick, and she still spared no effort to promote herself. I am going to rest. Please go back. He stood up and walked straight to his bedroom. Lu Xuanyu did not move, but her pretty face turned extremely cold. She was rejected. She was actually rejected. This was something that had never happened before. Furthermore, the person who rejected her was only at the foundation building realm. If not for the fact that you still have some value to me, I would not have let you off just because you humiliated me. She gritted her teeth and said, from tomorrow onwards, you will know the consequences of going against me. I wonder how long you can last. She snorted and walked away. The next morning, Ling Han cultivated under the sunlight. He realized that cultivating under the sunlight would allow him to advance a little faster, even though it was only a little. Under the sunlight, the energy of heaven and earth would be more energetic. However, this had never been shown before when he was cultivating. Could it be because he had changed his cultivation to the heavenly ancient young art? After Ling Han finished his cultivation, a servant came to find him. He had an ugly expression on his face. Young Master Han, I did not receive the cultivation resources for today. I did not even receive 3 meals a day, he said. Huh? So soon? Ling Han knew that since he had rejected Lu Xuanyu, she would definitely take revenge on him. However, he did not expect it to be so soon. Hehe, you have the power to distribute resources, and you're abusing it, Ling Han nodded. I understand. Young Master Han. The servant could not help but say, why don't you lower your head to Lord Lu? This old servant heard that Lord Lu is on good terms with a certain important person in the imperial clan court. Ling Han frowned. Since when did the people around him become lobbyists? You may leave. He waved his hand. Han. The servant still wanted to persuade him. Leave, Ling Han said sternly. The servant had no choice but to leave. However, his gaze towards Ling Han was clearly filled with dissatisfaction. You are at the foundation building realm, so you will not die as long as you absorb the energy of heaven and earth. But what about us? We are only mortals. Without food, what can we eat? He left hatefully. He wanted to join the other two servants in a strike. Chapter 3764. I am Tang Yen. Tang Yen said in a low voice. And I am Lu Yen. The guard retorted. This was the hostage manor. He was a guard of the hostage manor, which meant he was part of the imperial court. Even if he met some young masters of small clans, he dared to scold them. Who dared to touch the people of the imperial court? Did they want to rebel? Pa! Just as he finished speaking, that guard was slapped. He turned his head and wanted to scold him, but when he saw that person's appearance, he immediately cowered and smiled, boss. The one who slapped him was the boss of the guards, and also the only foundation establishment. His face was full of smiles, as if flowers were about to bloom. He ignored his lackeys and only smiled at Tang Yen. Little lord, this guy just joined the army, he is just a country bumpkin, he doesn't have good eyesight, please don't take it to heart. What? That guard couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Little lord. In the imperial capital, there was only one little lord, and that was the Tang clan's Qilin's son, Tang Yen. He couldn't help but tremble. If Tang Yen wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even know he was dead. Tang Yen didn't change his expression and only said, I cannot enter. Of course you can, of course you can. The guard leader hurriedly smiled. Not to mention the hostage manor, even if it was the imperial clan manor, this little lord would probably dare to barge in. Tang Yen flicked his sleeves and walked into the hostage manor with large steps. Only then did that guard heave a sigh of relief. He only felt his back was covered in cold sweat. Little lord's aura was really frightening, he thought to himself. But why did this lord suddenly come to the hostage manor? Ling Han. A shout was heard from outside the door. Ling Han had just finished cultivating not too long ago. After so many days, he was also about to cultivate his heaven-building foundation to perfection. The second celestial Tao foundation was already not much different from the first. In about another 10 days or so, he would be able to reach perfection. Because of this, his mood was not bad. He could sweep away all extreme foundation establishment at heaven foundation establishment, then after advancing to extreme foundation establishment, could he rival caste cauldrons? Even the weakest caste cauldrons. However, this shout greatly affected Ling Han's good mood. Without servants, Ling Han could only go out by himself. He opened the door and saw Lu Xuanyu, Han Bing, and Zhao Xiao standing outside, all looking at him coldly. What are you doing? You came to see me so early, Ling Han said calmly. It hasn't been easy these past few days, right? Lu Xuanyu smiled sweetly. No servants to serve me, no cultivation resources, no materials to refine pills. This is what you call a true prisoner. Ling Han smiled. It's very peaceful. Don't worry too much. Han Bing said coldly, we don't have the patience to wait for you. You only have two choices today. Either you listen to us obediently, or we will beat you up every day on this basis. I know you are invincible in the Foundation Establishment realm, but in front of the three of us who are at the Cast Tripod realm, what are you? Zhao Zhao's expression was equally cold. Let's not talk about anything else. Once we bring out our immortal cauldrons, even standing is a luxury for you. Han Bing continued. He released his own immortal cauldron, which appeared above his head and enlarged. Buzz! The bronze immortal cauldron was ancient and full of holiness. The cast cauldron was divided into 3 minor realms: human cauldron, earth cauldron, and heaven cauldron. It was easy to differentiate them. Human cauldron was 1 cauldron, earth cauldron was 2, and heaven cauldron was 3. However, it was said that this was not the limit of the cast cauldron. Just like the enlightenment realm, one could break through to the mystic-seeking realm by opening at least 36 acupoints. Cultivating 3 cauldrons would indeed allow one to break through to the life core realm. However, the cast tripod realm could also cultivate 4, 5, or even 9 cauldrons. Since ancient times, those who could cultivate 4 cauldrons were considered geniuses. 8 cauldrons were considered peerless geniuses. As for 9 cauldrons, there might not even be one in hundreds of thousands of years. Such people had the potential to become sages. Han Bing took out a cauldron, which meant that he was only standing on the first step of the immortal cauldron, the human cauldron realm. Furthermore, his cauldron only had 2 legs, which meant that he had not reached the perfection realm of the human cauldron. Where did the immortal cauldron come from? This was the foundation of the immortal path. That was why the immortal cauldron looked bronze, silver, or gold. It was directly related to the foundation stone of the immortal path that was formed after the Spring Immortal's door. A bronze immortal cauldron. This was the weakest immortal cauldron. But wouldn't a cast cauldron absolutely crush a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? Ling Han stood upright and unafraid. Not even the hem of his robes fluttered in the wind. Lu Xuanyu and the other 2 were shocked. How was this possible? The immortal cauldron had no effect on a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? No matter how weak the immortal cauldron was, it was still an immortal cauldron. In terms of the immortal path, it could crush a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Something's wrong, Zhao Xiao said. His eyes were burning with greed. He believed that Ling Han definitely had an astonishing secret hidden on him. Merely that screen of starlight was enough to make him extremely envious, and now, added with the fact that Ling Han did not fear the suppression of the celestial cauldron, it made him even more convinced that it was extremely likely that Ling Han had obtained the inheritance of an ancient elite. If you don't listen, just take him down. He took large strides towards Ling Han. He wanted to take down Ling Han as soon as possible and search his soul. This involved making himself stronger, so he naturally tossed Lu Xuanyu aside and placed himself first. Ling Han shivered. He had not reached the peak Foundation Establishment realm, so he did not even have the qualifications to fight against the weakest cast cauldron. Even if he did reach the peak Foundation Establishment realm, he would not know if he could fight against a cast cauldron. Could it be that he had to use the heavenly Tao flame? Ling Han was somewhat depressed. His trump card was too powerful. It could easily burn supremacies to death. Could it be that he did not have a trump card that could deal with a cast cauldron? What are you trying to do? A cold laugh rang out, carrying with it a sinister chill. Tang Yen. When Ling Han saw this, he could not help but smile. Very good, there was no need for him to reveal his trump card. Who do you think you are? Han Bing rebuked. Lu Xuanyu also took a glance, and her charming face changed. Different from Han Bing and Zhao Xiao, she was a smooth and slick person and had great ambitions. Thus, she had some understanding of the important successors of the Azure Dragon Empire and the descendants of the various great clans. Even if she had not seen them in person, she would have seen images of them. It was unlikely that she would not recognize them after seeing them in person. This was Tang Yen, the top of the second generation. He was conferred the title of Marquis at birth, and he was the only one in the Azure Dragon Empire with such a special appearance. Shut up! Lu Xuanyu quickly reprimanded. This is young Marquis Tang Yen. Do not be impudent. When Han Bing heard this, his heart instantly trembled. He had never seen Tang Yen before, but he must have heard of such a person in the imperial capital. I am sorry, young Marquis. He quickly put on a humble attitude. Tang Yen walked over with large strides and suddenly raised his hand, slapping at Han Bing. Out of instinct, Han Bing quickly dodged to the side. Tang Yan's slap missed, and his face revealed an awe-inspiring expression as he said, "Try dodging again." After speaking, he raised his hand again. Chapter 3765. Han Bing could not help but get angry. Although he was a hostage, he was not a prisoner in the real sense. Furthermore, those who could be a hostage were all very important figures in the forces. They were most likely princesses, princes and so on. Now that someone wanted to slap him, he had to stand up straight and let them slap him a little easier. How could there be such a logic? Han Bing! Lu Xuanyu shouted. Han Bing's heart trembled. Lu Xuanyu had a great influence on him. Thus, he had already made a move to dodge, but in the end, he still did not move. Pa! A crisp slap landed on his face. Hiss, so domineering. Zhao Shao could not help but inwardly suck his teeth when he saw this. He was glad that he had not spoken, or else he would not have been able to avoid such treatment. However, it was too early for him to rejoice. Tang Yen was already striding towards him. As for Han Bing, he was already ignored. Huh, what are you doing? Zhao Shao was a little flustered. Why are you walking towards me? Why are you so close? Fuck. Before he finished his thought, he saw Tang Yen raise his hand again. What? I did not offend you, why did you slap me? Shua, when Tang Yan's slap came down, Zhao Shao hurriedly dodged. Even if Lu Xuanyu shouted at him, he would not let anyone slap his face. He was not a weak-willed person like Han Bing, who was completely controlled by Lu Xuanyu. However, this time, Tang Yen was serious. His palm struck empty air, and then he immediately unleashed a series of attacks, releasing immortal Dao energy without any restraints. Peng peng peng, many holes immediately appeared on the surrounding walls. You are going too far. Zhao Shao roared angrily. He fought fiercely with Tang Yen with all his might. Tang Yen was neither angry nor shocked. He pressed forward with every move, and in just a few moves, Zhao Shao was completely at a disadvantage. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Very soon, Zhao Shao lost the ability to resist and was beaten up by Tang Yen. What made Zhao Shao even more depressed was that he did not know why Tang Yen was beating him. He clearly did not say anything to offend the other party. Furthermore, Han Bing only suffered a slap, but he was beaten up. Oh, the person who scolded you only suffered a slap, but the person who did not scold you was beaten up. What kind of logic was this? Lu Xuanyu naturally could not stand it anymore and quickly advised, Little Marquis, how did Zhao Shao offend you? Tang Yen stopped what he was doing and said, so this person is called Zhao Shao. Fuck you. Zhao Shao really wanted to cry. You don't even know my name, yet you beat me up so ruthlessly. How wronged am I? Bam! Tang Yen raised his fist and started beating him up again, causing Zhao Shao to scream in pain. Other than not killing him, he did not go easy on him. It wasn't until he was tired that he clapped his hands and stopped. Then he said leisurely, do you know why you only got a slap, but he got beaten up by me? He asked Han Bing. Maybe there's something wrong with your brain. Ji Bing muttered to himself, but he definitely wouldn't say it out loud. In fact, he didn't even open his mouth. Tang Yen didn't wait for him to answer and immediately answered, because you offended me. I slapped you and gave you a light punishment. But if you offend my friend, then I won't be polite. What friend? Lu Xuanyu suddenly had an inconceivable guess, but how was that possible? Ling Han had only been out for a day. How could he be related to little Marquis Tang Yen? The two of them weren't even in the same world. Ling Han, I haven't seen you for a few days, Tang Yen greeted Ling Han. Damn, it really was him. Lu Xuanyu, Han Bing, and Zhao Xiao were all stunned. This was not good. Tang Yen was actually friends with Ling Han, and even the imperial clan court couldn't do anything about such a person. How could they resist? Could they still bully Ling Han in the future? Lu Xuanyu was even more regretful. If she had known earlier, even if Ling Han won, she would have taken away Ling Han's chance to go out. What should she do now? He was actually related to little Marquis Tang Yen. Who would dare to touch him? But now was not the problem of how they would deal with Ling Han in the future. Instead, Tang Yen wanted to help Ling Han vent his anger. How could they deal with the little Marquis's anger? Tang Yen glanced at Lu Xuanyu again and said, "You should feel lucky. I don't hit women." Scram! Lu Xuanyu and the other two didn't even dare to say a word. They all turned around and left. First of all, they were hostages. The difference between them and the little Marquis was too great. Second of all, Tang Yan's cultivation was at least at the Earth Crucible realm. Even if the three of them worked together, they would not be Tang Yan's match. Then why not leave? Ling Han smiled slightly. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Are you treating me like an outsider? Tang Yen pretended to be displeased. Come, please. I'll make you a cup of heavenly starfish's specialty, silver phoenix tea. Ling Han led the man into the house. Although the outer wall was already in pieces, thankfully, the interior of the house was not damaged. He came back with 2 cups of tea. Tang Yen picked up the cup and sniffed it. He couldn't help but say, "The tea smells good." Needless to say, this tea must taste good. After taking a sip, he revealed an expression of reminiscence and remained silent for a long time. He quickly finished the cup of tea, and Ling Han picked up the teapot to refill it for him. "Hey, where are your servants?" Tang Yen asked in surprise. "They ran away." Ling Han smiled. How could they run away? Tang Yen was even more puzzled. Ling Han told him about the embezzlement of cultivation resources, causing Tang Yan's face to gradually darken. "I really didn't expect that woman to be the main culprit." Tang Yen snorted. He was a bit of a male chauvinist and thought that women were men's attachments. So, he instinctively thought that Zhao Xiao and Han Bing were the masterminds. Bear with it for a few more days. I've almost established a connection. You can move out of the first natal residence in a few days, he said again. As for that Lu Xuanyu, I'll make her suffer. Ling Han nodded but did not say thank you. This was a great favor, and he would remember it in his heart. "Come, let's go out for a walk." Tang Yen smiled. "Sure." Ling Han nodded. The two of them walked side by side out of the first natal residence. The guards at the door clearly saw them, but pretended to be blind. Logically, they should stop Ling Han from going out, but Tang Yen was right beside him, so how could they dare to do so? Not far away, Pang Firen suddenly became excited. "Senior Tang Hong, it's that kid." He pointed at Ling Han and said. At this moment, he was standing by the window of a tall building with an old man with a hooked nose. Tang Hong nodded and was about to make a move, but when he saw Tang Yen, he was shocked and his movements stopped abruptly. Pang Firen did not recognize Tang Yen, because the Pang family's foundation was not here. He had come to the capital because he had something to do, and not because of Ling Han. Seeing that Tang Hong did not make a move, he could not help but become anxious and urged, "Senior Tang Hong, that's just a small foundation establishment cultivator. You can easily take him down. Take your sister." Tang Hong immediately glared at Pang Firen. If the other party was not already a cripple, he would have given him a slap. "You want to harm this old man and my Tang family, right?" he said sternly. Chapter 3766. What was this? Pang Firen's face was full of confusion and grievance. "How did I harm you? Didn't you agree to kill Ling Han or capture him alive and hand him over to the Pang family? Why didn't you do anything? Why are you acting like a victim instead?" Senior Tang Hong, I don't understand what you're saying," he argued weakly. "That person, did you see him?" Tang Hong pointed at Tang Yen. "Yes." Pang Firen nodded. He had only lost his cultivation, not become blind. Tang Hong was almost angered to death. He said coldly, "You're not blind, are you? Can't you recognize that he's the Tang family's young lord?" "What young lord?" Pang Firen had not done his homework beforehand, so how would he know who the so-called young lord was? "Tang Yen, the most outstanding member of the Tang family's new generation. He has an innate divine body and was made a marquis by His Majesty at birth. You want me to kidnap and kill someone in front of him?" Tang Hong laughed coldly. If he really dared to act, the Tang family would probably be destroyed by the Tang family tomorrow. Pang Firen was shocked. He did not know Tang Yen, but he definitely knew the Tang family. It was a spirit transformation family, and they were deeply favored by His Majesty. They were shockingly powerful. But this was too inconceivable. How could a mere hostage be together with the Tang family's young lord? How could they take down Ling Han now? On the other side, Lu Xuanyu and the other two were sitting in the room with cold expressions. Tan Zhengjie was also there. "Sister, that brat actually became friends with Tang Yen." Tan Zhengjie felt like he was in a dream and could not believe it. Han Bing was very unhappy after being slapped by Tang Yen. Seeing that Tan Zhengjie still wanted to bring it up, she could not help but get angry. She shouted, "Are you stupid? Otherwise, how could we have suffered such humiliation?" Tan Zhengjie wanted to retort, but when he saw Lu Xuanyu's restraining gaze, he obediently shut his mouth. "We're all family, don't fight among yourselves." Lu Xuanyu reached out to stop him. "But that brat has the young lord protecting him. How are we supposed to deal with him?" Zhao Xiao said hatefully. He was still coveting Ling Han's secrets and was extremely unwilling to give up. "Don't worry, I won't let him leave the first natal palace," Lu Xuanyu said confidently. "Oh." Zhao Xiao and the other two looked at her at the same time. That was Tang Yen, the Tang clan's Qilin's son, the legitimate little duke. Lu Xuanyu now had to appease the morale of the army, so she revealed some secrets. "It's true that we have no way of contending against Tang Yen, but the first natal residence is managed by the clan office. No matter how long Tang Yan's hand is, he won't be able to reach in." Zhao Xiao and the other two shook their heads. As long as Tang Yen was willing to be a guarantor for Ling Han, it wouldn't be a big deal for Ling Han to move out of the first natal palace. Would the imperial clan court be willing to offend Tang Yen? "Trust me, even if Tang Yen can't save Ling Han, no one can save him," Lu Xuanyu said indifferently. But her eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. 2 days passed, and Tang Yen came again. But this time, his expression was a little ugly, as if it contained great anger. "What, is the sky falling?" Ling Han laughed. Bang! Tang Yen slammed the table heavily. "There's been a change. I've already arranged for the Imperial Clan Court to send someone over in the next 2 days to announce that you can leave the first natal palace. But today, I actually received a letter from the Imperial Clan Court, talking nonsense about some dog-eat-dog rules. In short, they've changed their mind and don't plan on letting you leave. Ling Han was shocked. Since Tang Yen had said that he had already made arrangements, with his status, he naturally wouldn't brag. This matter was already set in stone, but now the imperial clan court had suddenly changed their mind. Why was this happening? There hadn't been any changes to the royal family, so why would they suddenly do this? There had to be something fishy going on. Lu Xuanyu? Was that possible? She was just a hostage. What right did she have to influence the imperial clan court's decision, even at the expense of offending the little duke, Tang Yen? Strange. I will investigate this matter, but it's just a matter of time. Tang Yen was a little hesitant. Seeing the firm attitude of the imperial clan court, it would not be easy to change their decision. He was only a little marquis, not the emperor of the dynasty, so he could make decisions on his own. That's right. Tang Yen suddenly thought of something and clapped his hands. But after a pause, he immediately shook his head. No, this definitely won't work. What did you think of? Ling Han asked. There's another way that doesn't need to go through the imperial clan court, but the possibility is close to zero, Tang Yen said. Oh, tell me about it. Ling Han smiled. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth a try. Tang Yen thought about it and said, in another 20 days, it will be His Majesty's 30,000-year-old birthday. For this, the entire nation will be celebrating. His Majesty loves young talents the most, and will hold martial arts competitions for all cultivation levels. If you can stand out, then not only will you leave the imperial clan court, you might even be given an official position. Ling Han didn't care at all whether he was given an official position or not, but being able to leave the first natal palace was a big deal. He smiled slightly. That's a good idea. You're just an alchemist. Martial arts isn't your forte. Tang Yen shook his head. Let's keep this as a backup plan for now. I'll go to the imperial clan court and ask again. I'll see which guy is going against me. He even has to make all sorts of excuses to get me out. All right. Ling Han nodded, but he had already placed his hopes on the martial arts competition. With his strength, wasn't it enough to sweep across the Foundation establishment realm? And, if it was in the entire universe, he might not even be in the top 10. After all, there were so many monsters in the world. But if it was only in the Azure Dragon Empire and its affiliated forces, it was naturally a small matter. Moreover, he only needed around 10 days to enter the Foundation establishment realm. At that time, even if he were to go against Shi or Myriad Daos, he was confident that he could win. Tang Yen left. He naturally felt that it was very unreliable to let an alchemist fight. Thus, he naturally had to go to the imperial clan court and find out who was playing tricks and overturning the decision that had been made previously. However, one day later, Tang Yen returned again. The imperial clan court has a vice-sect master called Meng Shuchang. He was the one who suppressed the matter of stopping you from leaving the imperial clan court. Ling Han was surprised. This is the first time I've heard of that person's name. It shouldn't be possible to offend him. It's indeed not him. It's Lu Xuanyu, Tang Yen said. It really is that woman. She has so much power. Ling Han asked in surprise. He. Tang Yen revealed a disdainful smile. Meng Shuchang didn't say that it had anything to do with Lu Xuanyu. I sent someone to find out. Old man Meng thought that he did it secretly, but at least half of the people in the imperial clan court knew that he had an affair with Lu Xuanyu. So it was this kind of adulterous relationship. Chapter 3768. Ling Han laughed and said excitedly, let's go to the battlefield. What? Zhao Xiao thought there was something wrong with his ears and looked at Ling Han in shock. Go to the battlefield? Huh, you think I can't go all out here and I can't beat you up? I'll grant your wish, he said calmly. Anyways, Ling Han couldn't escape from his palms. The two headed towards the battlefield, and there were definitely people from the hostage manor who saw them and naturally followed. Ling Han was out of place in the hostage manor. Too many people were staring at him, hoping to see a good show. The battlefield wasn't far, and the two soon arrived. The reason why the battlefield could be used to practice and spar wasn't because this place was full of sand and it didn't matter if it was destroyed, but because this place was protected by formations. As long as one didn't surpass the limits, there wouldn't be any power spilling out and affecting the outside world. So if they fought here, they could completely go all out. Ling Han crooked his finger at Zhao Xiao. Grandson, come. Zhao Xiao's eyes were cold, and he said calmly, you will definitely pay for this. Xiao, he charged out, his hands turning into claws that clawed at Ling Han. Endless energy materialized, forming three colors, green, white, and red, that flowed with flowing light, as if they were three ribbons. He was truly enraged. A mere foundation building tier cultivator had actually provoked him time and time again, and because of this Ling Han, he had been given a good thrashing by Tang Yen. This kind of great humiliation obviously could not be recovered from Tang Yen, so he could only take his revenge on Ling Han. Ling Han was very excited. Could a foundation establishment realm rival a caste cauldron? Even if it was the weakest caste cauldron. He exploded with full power, and an incomparably thick power surged in his body. Then, he unleashed the three styles of the war god. The world seemed to have him as the core. Endless energy rolled over. He was the sky, the earth, the core of everything. The first style was unleashed, heading towards Zhao Xiao. Is this guy crazy? He actually fought head-on against a caste cauldron head-on. Hee, is there a difference if he fights head-on or not? That's true. In front of a caste cauldron, a foundation establishment stage cultivator is like a fish waiting to be slaughtered. The only difference is how they are slaughtered. Everyone exclaimed. But on the other hand, from the moment Ling Han walked into the battlefield, his fate had already been decided. A crushing defeat hung, the two attacks collided, and boundless light surged, incomparably dazzling. Xiao, a figure flew out. It was Ling Han. As expected, he was no match for Zhao Xiao. This was a shocking disadvantage. However, a scene that made people's scalps go numb appeared. Ling Han had just landed on the ground when he immediately came back to kill. What? This time, everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. How could this be? Ling Han was not killed instantly by Zhao Xiao. He actually had the ability to retaliate. Lean Ling Han charged back and unleashed the second form of the three strikes of the war god toward Zhao Xiao. Through the first confrontation, Ling Han clearly understood that the difference in strength between him and his opponent was about 3 times. However, he believed that Zhao Xiao did not use his full strength just now because his opponent definitely did not want to kill him. If a caste cauldron used his full strength, any foundational stage cultivator would be smashed into pieces. However, Ling Han believed that with his current strength, he could completely block the attack of a human cauldron realm cultivator. Zhao Xiao's eyes were wide open. Ling Han actually blocked his attack. He quickly came back to his senses. Seeing that Ling Han's attack was even more violent, he went all out and bombarded towards Ling Han. Bang, the two clashed for the second time, creating an even more terrifying explosion. Everyone only saw a blinding light, and they could not see anything clearly. Ling Han was knocked back again. He somersaulted in the air and reversed the momentum of his retreat. Then, he charged back for the second time and unleashed the third form of the war god. This form was even more violent. Zhao Xiao was both angry and flushed. He was actually able to fight back and forth with a foundational stage cultivator. If this spread out, no one would say that Ling Han was heaven-defying, but that he was too weak. The weakest cast cauldron in history. Wasn't it? If not, how could he be forced to this point by a foundational stage cultivator? Boom! He also used his ultimate move. Green energy wrapped around his hands, and he counterattacked Ling Han. Humph, taste the pain. Ling Han's heart moved, and heavenly Dao fire also burned on his fists. If they were to compete in high-level energy, he would not be afraid of who. Boom! The two clashed for the third time, but this time, Ling Han did not fly back. When the light dissipated, Ling Han stood proudly and did not retreat even half a step. At the edge of the battlefield, everyone's mouth was wide open, and they could not say a word. It was a draw. A foundational stage cultivator actually tied with a cast cauldron. Who could believe it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There was only one possibility, and that was that Ling Han was not a foundational stage cultivator, but a cast cauldron. As the person involved, Xiao Xiao knew better than anyone else that Ling Han did not have the slightest trace of a cast cauldron's aura, so he must be a foundational stage cultivator. At first, he was confused and shocked, and then he became extremely fanatical. For a foundational stage cultivator to be this strong, he must have cultivated some kind of powerful secret technique, and if he could obtain it, wouldn't he? His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. Humph, you used all your ultimate move to barely tie with me. Can you use such an ultimate move forever? Xiao Xiao said coldly. As a cast cauldron, his vision was certainly not ordinary. He could tell at a glance that the three forms of the war god was an ultimate move, and it could not be used forever. Ling Han broke into a grin. Then bring it on. Humph, Xiao Xiao did not waste any time and immediately launched a powerful attack. It was true that Ling Han could not use the three forms of the war god in a short period of time. He channeled his astral light screen while using 18 golden eagle claws and immortal crossing finger to fight against Xiao Xiao. Honestly speaking, both the 18 claws of the golden eagle and the celestial crossing finger were far too ordinary. They were completely unable to make up for the gap in cultivation level between Ling Han and Xiao Xiao. However, with the addition of the screen of starlight, Ling Han managed to escape unscathed. This layer of defense was truly powerful, and Xiao Xiao's attack could not break through it in one move. As long as it could not be broken in one move, with the support of Ling Han's abundant secret force, he could completely repair it in an instant. In theory, he could completely exhaust Xiao Xiao to death. 10 moves, 30 moves, 100 moves. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Although Ling Han was at a disadvantage, they could also see that Ling Han was indeed a foundational stage cultivator, and his life energy was completely different from Xiao Xiao's. Was there really such a powerful foundational stage cultivator? Impossible, a cast cauldron can crush a foundational stage cultivator. This is the iron law. Yes, this is an unchanging truth. It cannot be broken. So, Xiao Xiao must be too weak. Maybe he used too much strength on our captain yesterday and is out of energy today. That's possible. Everyone knew that Ling Han was strong, but there was no way he could be strong enough to match a cast cauldron. So, Xiao Xiao must be too weak. Chapter 3769. Ling Han activated his ocular sorcery. Instantly, Xiao Xiao's attack was full of openings. However, seeing through a flaw and exploiting it were two different things. The cast cauldron's attack was too fast, and the openings were fleeting. How could he exploit them? Such openings would be fatal in a battle of the same level, but the gap between the two was too wide. Even if Ling Han saw the openings, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. However, this was still useful. Ling Han had a panoramic view of Zhao Zhao's attack pattern. Every time someone attacked, there would be a sign. Every muscle tensed and relaxed, there would be a sign. For example, if you wanted to kick, you had to tighten the muscles in your waist and legs. More of your mystical power would gather in your legs. Using ocular sorcery, after a few more moves, Zhao Zhao's attack became completely transparent to Ling Han. Ling Han seemed to have the ability to predict the future. As soon as Zhao Zhao moved, he would be able to react in advance. Just like that, Ling Han slowly turned the tide. Even though it wasn't a complete tie, he was no longer at a disadvantage. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were they going to see a great show where a foundational stage cultivator defeated a caste cauldron? Zhao Zhao was incredibly gloomy. He really felt that Ling Han was like a roundworm in his stomach. No matter what powerful move he unleashed, Ling Han would always be able to react in advance, causing his attacks to be futile. In fact, Ling Han would even be able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. This fight was too depressing. It was driving him crazy. Almost there. Ling Han saw the right time and finally used his trump card. Heavenly Pattern Jade, go. Xiao, the Heavenly Pattern Jade had already been compressed to about 2 kilograms. It was incredibly light. Propelled by his powerful telekinesis, it instantly reached 40 times the speed of sound and blasted towards Zhao Zhao. Too fast, 40 times the speed of sound. Even the caste cauldron speed was only about 30 times the speed of sound. There was no way he could dodge. Of course, Zhao Zhao wasn't afraid. Why would he need to dodge an attack from a foundational stage cultivator? He also activated his telekinesis, which turned into a giant net and wrapped around the Heavenly Pattern Jade layer by layer. However, his expression immediately changed. That was because his telekinesis net was like using an ordinary fishing net to catch a crocodile. How could it possibly block the terrifying force that was charging at him? It was like a hot knife through butter. It was simply unparalleled. This is a telekinesis artifact. Zhao Zhao shouted in his heart. He didn't dare to take it and quickly dodged to the side. But how could the Heavenly Pattern Jade dodge at 40 times the speed of sound? Pang! Just as he dodged, the Heavenly Pattern Jade had already struck his waist, and there was a dazzling radiance. Ling Han was slightly surprised, because the Heavenly Pattern Jade did not manage to blast half of Zhao Zhao's waist off. Instead, it was blocked by a layer of light, and then it slid sideways, crashing into the sandpit. He quickly used his telekinesis to grab the Heavenly Rune Jade. He didn't expect Zhao Zhao to have a treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of having half his body blown off. This was even if Ling Han didn't want to kill anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately missed. But killing the envoy of another nation was naturally a serious crime, unless he wanted to fall out with them directly. Zhao Zhao's body was trembling. He had a secret treasure on him that would activate when he was in life-threatening danger and turn danger into safety. However, this secret treasure could only be used 3 times, and he treasured it very much. But who would have thought that he would actually use it once while holed up in the hostage residence? Moreover, it was actually used on a Foundation establishment cultivator. This, if word got out, he would become the joke of the ages. I really didn't expect you to actually have a telekinesis artifact, he said through clenched teeth. His heart was bleeding. He didn't gain anything and even made a fool of himself. In the end, he had lost the number of uses of the secret treasure. Ling Han raised the Heavenly Rune Jade slightly. What, you want to do it again? Zhao Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he was filled with wariness. Not only was Ling Han's strength incomparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, but his eyesight was also too terrifying. It was as if he had no secrets to speak of in front of his opponent, and his every move was known to him like the back of his hand. Coupled with the threat of the Heavenly Rune Jade, he was no match for him at all. If he continued fighting, not only would he not be able to subdue his opponent, he would instead use up all his secret treasures. He suddenly turned around, and his figure leaped, and he had already left the battlefield. He didn't even leave behind a single word of courtesy. Faced with a Foundation establishment cultivator, no matter what he said, it would only be embarrassing. Ling Han smiled calmly, turned around, and saw Lu Xuanyu. Her expression was rather ugly, because she had exhausted all her means and thought that she had already controlled Ling Han, but she had forgotten the most crucial factor, and that was Ling Han's own strength. Originally, there was no need to consider this at all. He was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, how could he be that strong? But such strange things did exist in this world. This Foundation establishment cultivator was really nature-defying, and could even scare away a caste cauldron. Although Xiao was also only at the human tripod realm, and had only formed 2 cauldron legs, she was also only at the human tripod realm. One had to know that she was only at the human tripod realm. Although she had cultivated 3 legs and was slightly better than Xiao, it was still limited. What could she do? She had originally thought that Ling Han was a bird in a cage, but now he was a beast in a cage. Once a beast in a cage decided to fight to the death, it would not be a joke. For the first time, she felt that the situation had spiraled out of control. Ling Han only gave her a meaningful smile, then swaggered off. Now, he was full of confidence. His individual battle prowess was already at the level of a caste cauldron. Although he could not be said to be a match for a caste cauldron, he would not be instantly killed by a sneak attack from such a powerful cultivator. As long as he had time to react, he could use the heavenly flames to kill his enemy, or use imminent skyline to escape. Everyone watched as Ling Han left. They knew that the first natal residents now did not only have the 3 big shots, Lu Xuanyu, Han Bing, and Xiao, but also Ling Han. Although he had not reached the caste cauldron level, he was already not weak. Furthermore, once Ling Han broke through to the caste cauldron level, who could match him? This was the scariest part. Everyone looked at each other. They all felt that they needed to change their way of thinking. They could not follow Lu Xuanyu and the others to the end. It was obvious that following Ling Han would have a better future. Immediately, many people quietly slipped away. When Ling Han returned to his room, he saw that there were 7 people who had quietly arrived. Openly and covertly, they expressed that they wanted to follow him. He did not accept, nor did he reject. He only said that he would make a decision after seeing their performance. He had no interest in such opportunists, but there was no harm in using them to disgust Lu Xuanyu. What Ling Han was most concerned about was the competition that would take place in a few days. As the days passed, Lu Xuanyu and the others remained very silent. Perhaps they knew that they could not do anything to Ling Han, so they were thinking of a more sinister plan. However, the 30,000th birthday of the current emperor had finally arrived. The imperial capital was in a state of jubilation. Tang Yen personally came to bring Ling Han out. With him by his side, even if Meng Shuchang came, he would still dare to bring him out. Chapter 3770. Ling Han and Tang Yen left the hostage residence and went to the competition venue. Tang Yen had already registered for him earlier. Thus, Ling Han only needed to report his name and check his cultivation level before the competition could begin. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire was a cult masterclass force, but there was a supremacy overseeing it in secret. In a certain sense, it could even be compared with the gold-origined Sacred Land. The difference was that the Azure Dragon Empire had too few supremacies, only one. Furthermore, they didn't have a saint artifact overseeing it and couldn't be immortal. Look, which force would dare to invade a sacred land? Regardless of whether there was a saint overseeing it, a sacred land was always so high up and inviolable. This was the foundation. The Azure Dragon Empire was powerful enough. Not only did the various subsidiary planets send their important figures over to congratulate them, but even many forces from other star regions sent their envoys over. The Shadow Moon Empire also paused their invasion and even sent their envoys over. On the surface, it was obviously for the birthday, but in reality, it was to find out the situation of the Azure Dragon Empire's supremacy, how serious his injuries were, and how much combat strength he had left. If this supremacy was already at his limit, then the Shadow Moon Empire would increase their offensive after they returned and annex more of the Azure Dragon Empire's resource stars. Don't think that there were 9 days for the selection. In reality, there were too many people participating, and they all wanted to show their faces in front of Meng Yonghua. Thus, the competition was still very intense, and there were too many people who had to be eliminated. The first round was a group fight, and 90% of the people would be eliminated. The rules were very simple. 10 people would form a group, and only one person would be able to walk out. Once the competition started, Ling Han pounced out like a ferocious tiger. "Io!" Tang Yen couldn't help but hold his forehead. "You're an alchemist, why do you have to be so fierce? Can't you keep a low profile and let others fight to the death? Finally, you can take advantage of the situation. Now that you're the first one to rush out, you've naturally become the bird that sticks out. Who else should they hit if not you?" As expected, the other 9 people were originally on guard against each other, and no one dared to act rashly. However, once Ling Han rushed out like this, he naturally became the target for everyone. Everyone attacked one after another, blasting at Ling Han. Ling Han laughed heartily, and with a sweep of his leg, peng peng peng, the force swept past, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The 9 people were all kicked away, like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, falling from the sky. Not a single one of them was able to get up. It was just one leg, and everything was settled. Damn, Tang Yen couldn't help but stare. If it was him, even if he suppressed his cultivation level to the extreme foundational realm, he would still be able to defeat all 9 of them easily. After all, with so many foundational realm cultivators participating, how many geniuses could there be? But Ling Han was different. He was an alchemist, and he was destined to become a high-grade Earth-grade Grandmaster in the future. How could it be possible for someone to have both dazzling talent in the Tao of alchemy and sparkling brilliance in the martial art? He realized that he had underestimated Ling Han's value. After Ling Han won, he had about 10 minutes to rest before starting the next battle. This time, it was not a group fight, but a one-on-one fight. His opponent had also just emerged from the 10-man battle. Tang Yen was no longer worried, and he just watched quietly. As expected, Ling Han was invincible, and no one was his match at all. Usually, he would finish off his opponent in 5 or 6 moves, and even the most troublesome opponent would not be able to withstand 10 moves from him. This was Ling Han purposely going easy. Otherwise, if he went all out, it was estimated that only about 1,000 foundational realm cultivators in the entire star web would be able to withstand 1 move from him, and 100 people would be able to withstand 10 moves from him. Only about 10 people would be able to truly compete with him. But Ling Han believed that he would definitely be the one to win in the end. After the day's battles, Tang Yen did not send Ling Han back to the hostage manor, but to his lord manor. As the little lord, he had his own manor. Although it was far from being comparable to the Tang family, it still occupied a large area and was dazzling with gold. "It's fine if you don't go back," Ling Han said with a smile. "It's fine, I don't believe that Meng Shuchang would dare to come to my place to ask for him," Tang Yen said domineeringly. He had already sent people to inform the Jia Yuanfu that Ling Han would be a guest at his manor tonight. On the second day, after Ling Han finished cultivating, he began to battle again. Sweep, sweep, sweep. No one was a match for Ling Han, even if as time passed, the opponents he met became more and more powerful. 9 days passed in a flash, and Ling Han also stood out and became one of the contestants in the finals. And his opponent was Wang Yifei. "You will meet your opponent tomorrow," Tang Yen said with a serious expression. Tang Yen said solemnly, "This Wang Yifei is not simple. Although he doesn't have an innate divine body, he has fused with the remains of an ancient almighty. His combat power is rather terrifying and is at least comparable to a sixth-rate divine body. Also, he has been suppressing his realm and did not break through. He wants to become famous in one battle at Her Majesty's birthday banquet and soar into the sky. Although the Wang family is only a true self-realm force, they have clearly prepared for this day for a long time. Even if I appear, they will not give me face." Ling Han smiled. "It's fine. I am worried that the opponent is not strong enough. That would be so boring." Tang Yen was speechless. After a while, he said, "That guy has been stuck at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm for at least 30 years. It is not that he does not have the ability to break through, but that he has been suppressing it. Moreover, the Wang family must have been preparing for this since 50 years ago, so they must have prepared many powerful artifacts for Wang Yifei. Also, the recordings of your battles these past few days must have been thoroughly studied by them." Ling Han could not help but laugh. He had been fighting casually these past few days because his opponents were too weak. He did not need to go all out. "You still have the mood to laugh?" Tang Yen shook his head. "Her Majesty is very competitive. In his eyes, second place is bullshit. Only the winner is worthy of praise. Therefore, even if you fought hard all the way to the finals, losing is still bullshit." Ling Han patted Tang Yan's shoulder. "I said don't worry. Don't worry. It will be fine. Trust me." Tang Yen thought about it. "Wait for me. I will go back to the family and see if I can find 2 powerful secret treasures for you." He left as soon as he said he would, in a hurry. At midnight, Tang Yen finally returned and stuffed a sword and a cloak into Ling Han's hands. "This is the star-shattering sword. It is extremely sharp. After you activate it with your secret power, you will be able to release a sharp sword aura that is also indestructible." Tang Yen introduced it to him. "Also, this is the Blood Moon Cloak. It was personally refined by the Tang family's elder ancestor. It can activate the Blood Moon Shield. Even a cast tripod realm martial artist will need some time to break it. However, the Blood Moon Cloak needs to be infused with power first. It can only activate the shield twice at most. Take it easy." Ling Han did not need these 2 treasures at all, but since Tang Yen was so kind, he did not want to refuse. He accepted it and said, "Okay." Chapter 3772. Everyone hissed. This guy was too cowardly. The battle hadn't even begun and he was already showing weakness. Everyone hissed. This guy was too cowardly. The battle hadn't even begun and he was already showing weakness. On the high platform, Meng Yonghua also revealed a displeased expression. He had been an iron-blooded killer all his life and hated this kind of spineless people the most. Moreover, this guy was actually a coward at his birthday banquet, which made him want to kill him. Ling Han said slowly, "I'm afraid I'll go all out and accidentally kill you." Everyone was stunned and then burst into laughter. This was too funny. It turned out that this guy wasn't a coward but had buried a burden. Meng Yonghua also revealed a smile and said to the person beside him, "Young people nowadays are quite interesting." The person beside him was Tang Lei, the current leader of the Tang clan and Tang Yan's grandfather. To be able to sit next to Meng Yonghua at this time, the Tang clan and Tang Lei were clearly favored. "Your Majesty is right." Tang Lei smiled, but in his heart, he was ridiculing. Who was it just now that said that after the battle, he would drag Ling Han out and kill him? Below, Wang Yifei revealed a cold expression. This guy actually dared to steal his limelight. The Wang clan and him, how long had they prepared for today's battle, and how much had he suffered for it? He should be the only star and monopolize everyone's attention. Damned guy, he said in a low voice. Xiao, his figure flashed and he charged toward Ling Han. This detestable guy, die. He gave up on the idea of feigning an appearance that the two of them were evenly matched. Only after he had captured everyone's attention did he defeat Ling Han. Boom, his entire body emitted blazing light, and a large number of symbols bloomed. Some were complete, some were broken, but the strange thing was that the broken symbols looked even more terrifying than the complete symbols, full of shocking destructive power. On the platform, Meng Yonghua also nodded. This kid from the Wang clan is quite diligent. It's not easy to cultivate such battle prowess at the foundational stage. Hee, Your Majesty, you praise him too much. Tang Lei laughed. If it was you in the past, you would be 100 times stronger than this kid from the Wang clan. Meng Yonghua couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. This flattery was very satisfying. Boom, Wang Yifei's attack arrived. Ling Han smiled calmly, and casually threw out a punch to meet the incoming attack. He didn't need to use any immortal techniques, he just used the most ordinary and simple punch. Peng, Wang Yifei was instantly sent flying back at an even faster speed than when he had arrived. Moreover, a large number of symbols exploded one after another, as if they had been lit up with fireworks. At first, the whole place was filled with cheering for Wang Yifei. After all, he was a genuine citizen of the imperial capital, and Ling Han was only a hostage from another planet. Thus, when they saw this scene, everyone's mouths were half open, and they were completely dumbfounded. That was Wang Yifei. He was actually sent flying by a single punch. One had to know that Ling Han did not seem to have used any sort of immortal art. Just a simple punch was enough to send Wang Yifei flying. How could anyone accept this? You. Wang Yifei turned around and steadied himself. He glared fiercely at Ling Han, revealing an expression of intense anger. He hadn't been injured by this blow, but it was even more unbearable than if he had been seriously injured. Under the gazes of the crowd, especially with Meng Yonghua watching from above, he had been sent flying with a single punch, completely embarrassing himself. How embarrassing! You deserve to die, he roared loudly, and directly drew out his trump card. A white jade bottle had already appeared in his hand. Immortal fallen silver bottle. Xiao, he only felt his vision blur, and then he saw that Ling Han was already standing in front of him. He paled in shock, and was just about to draw out the bottle to store Ling Han away, but he felt that his hand was empty. Where's the bottle? How do I use this? Ling Han asked Wang Yifei as he fiddled with the immortal fallen silver bottle that he had just stolen. Fuck, when was it taken away? Wang Yifei paled in shock. The treasure in his hand had actually been taken away by someone, and he hadn't even realized it. Just how great was the gap between their strength? How was this possible? He had made so many preparations for today, and he had not let him down in the final battle. How could he have encountered such a freak? On the viewing platform, everyone was also stunned. Why did it feel like Wang Yifei was like a child in front of Ling Han? He wasn't a match for him at all. He had been sent flying with a single punch, and his treasure had been taken away with a single grab. How could he fight back? Give it back to me. Wang Yifei shouted loudly. I can hear you, but you don't have to be so loud. Ling Han smiled as he continued to fiddle with the bottle. Store. Wang Yifei revealed a sinister expression. Did Ling Han think that this bottle could only be used in his hands? No, he had long since fused a strand of his divine sense into the bottle, so he could activate it with a single thought. Instantly, a wave of light surged out of the bottle, enveloping Ling Han. Wang Yifei laughed loudly. As long as he was enveloped by this light, he would be sucked into the bottle. There were terrifying interweaving formation patterns that could directly melt him into a puddle of blood. "What are you laughing at?" Ling Han's voice traveled over. "Child, are you stupid? Why are you laughing for no reason at all?" "What?" Wang Yifei revealed a horrified expression. Why hadn't Ling Han been sucked into the bottle? "You really disappoint me." Ling Han shook his head. "Pa!" He squeezed hard, and the bottle was forcefully smashed into pieces. This wasn't even close to the power of a casting cauldron, it was at most equivalent to a 4-star Foundation establishment realm martial artist. 4-star combat strength was already very impressive, which was why Tang Yen said that this was the power of a casting cauldron. There were only a handful of 4-star geniuses in the Azure Dragon Empire. "Is there anything else?" Ling Han casually threw the broken pieces of the bottle on the ground while looking at Wang Yifei with anticipation. What kind of mockery was this? Wang Yifei roared out and took a few steps back, pulling an absolute distance away from Ling Han. He then took out a fan and poured his mystic force into it, causing it to immediately emit a black light. He raised his hand and wanted to fan at Ling Han. Who would have thought that there would be a blur in front of him, and another person would appear? "You!" His heart surged with an ominous feeling. As expected, the fan in his hand was gone. This shouldn't be difficult to use, right? Ling Han also poured in his mystic force, and the fan that had just dimmed immediately lit up again. Then, he lightly fanned at Wang Yifei. Peng! Wang Yifei was sent flying again. The strong wind turned into numerous small blades that sliced at Wang Yifei's body. In an instant, his clothes were all turned into shreds, and there were also innumerable wounds on his body. Thankfully, because of these wounds, his body was covered in blood, and some important parts were blocked. "Yo, this fan is quite powerful." Ling Han put the fan away. He didn't need it, but he could leave it for the Empress, Hunyo, and the others. "Is there anything else?" he asked again. "Give it back to me." Wang Yifei's face turned green. "Do you think I'm a boy who gives away money?" He charged over without any regard for anything. There were patterns on his body that were glowing, making him look like a demon god. Chapter 3773. A Beautiful Romance. Yifei has cultivated to the 4th level of the blood god Dao. An old man in the stands exclaimed in surprise. He was the head of the Wang family, Wang Haowen. His face was originally as dark as black water, but after seeing this scene, it suddenly blossomed with joy. The Wang family was neither strong nor weak on Moonlight Planet, and there had been no improvement for tens of thousands of years. When it came to Wang Haowen's generation, he worked hard to change the situation, and when Wang Yifei was born, he felt that his dream could be realized. Wang Yifei had amazing talent in martial art and endless potential. For him, the Wang family had paid an unknown price, almost going bankrupt, to obtain the bone of an ancient powerhouse, and then asked an almighty to fuse the bone with Wang Yifei, making it a part of him. Such a huge price was not in vain. Wang Yifei had perfectly fused with the bone and obtained a secret technique called the Blood God Dao, which was the immortal technique cultivated by the original owner of the bone. The Blood God Dao had a total of 36 levels, and with each level mastered, one's battle prowess would double or even more. But even with Wang Yifei's amazing talent in martial art, he had only mastered the first 3 levels after so many years. And for cultivating the Blood God Dao, cultivating the first 4 levels in Foundation establishment was the most perfect. The reason why Wang Yifei hadn't broken through to the Cast Cauldron realm was because of the competition this time, and also because he hadn't cultivated to the 4th level of the Blood God Dao. Of course, he definitely couldn't say the latter to others. Now, Wang Yifei had actually broken through and cultivated to the 4th level of the Blood God Dao. This not only gave him hope of turning the tables, but also allowed him to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. With this double happiness, Wang Haowen was definitely overjoyed. He looked at Ling Han coldly. This kid was dead for sure. In the arena, Wang Yefei was also stunned. He had broken through in his rage, and even he didn't realize it. When he suddenly reacted, he even stopped attacking. Boom, the power in his body surged, making him feel unbelievably powerful. Ling Han, Ling Ri, they were all slapped to death with a single slap. Humph, I really have to thank you, Wang Yefei said indifferently. Now, he felt that everything was back in his control. Ling Han smiled. You keep giving me gifts, and you even want to thank me. Child, you must have been hit in the head. I'm sorry. You can be stubborn now, but when I dismember you piece by piece, you will regret it. Wang Yefei roared. He grabbed his left wrist with his right hand and suddenly pulled. His entire left hand, including the bones in his arm, was pulled out by him. Strangely, there was not a single trace of blood spurting out from the broken wrist. Moreover, the bone was as white as jade and strangely shaped like a sword. Not only was it longer than a normal small bone, but it was also longer. This was the bone of a powerhouse that he had fused with. After so many years, he had actually cultivated it into a ritual implement. Moreover, it had completely fused with his body and became his life ritual implement. It was much easier to use than ordinary ritual implements. This is the blood bone sword. I refined it with my own essence blood. No one has ever seen it before. Wang Yefei said proudly, you are the first person to see it, and also the first person to have your blood drunk by it. Ling Han sighed. You really have a screw loose. There are at least tens of thousands of people here. Could it be that they all saw this sword at the same time? It's not just the two of us. Sai, your intelligence is worrying. Wang Yefei was exasperated. At this time, Ling Han still wanted to be so talkative. He gritted his teeth and said, when the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, I hope you can still be so talkative. He raised the blood bone sword high up. Black chi surged out of his body and boiled, making him look like a demon god. Ling Han smiled. So close, so far away, he instantly appeared in front of Wang Yefei. Then, he gently reached out and grabbed the blood bone sword. Wang Yefei was stunned. How did the sword get snatched? How did you freaking get so fast? I've already broken through during the battle and reached the 4th level of the blood god Dao. My power has increased by a shocking amount. Why didn't I even see how Ling Han got close and attacked? Disgusting. Ling Han wanted to study the bone sword, but the hilt was actually a hand, and the fingers were still moving, desperately trying to break free. This made Ling Han feel extremely disgusted. Pa, he flung the bone sword out. Everyone's faces twitched when they saw this. They felt an indescribable pain in the balls. At this moment, Wang Yefei must have 10,000 curses running through his heart. He had clearly used his ultimate move and was about to explode, but in the end, in front of Ling Han, it was like child's play. This was not a confrontation on the same level at all. It was like an aggressive child taking out all kinds of toy weapons to threaten an adult. But in the eyes of the adult, this was just playing house, a joke. Shouldn't the finals be evenly matched and extremely exciting? Why was it so one-sided now? In the stands, Wang Haowen looked like he had eaten a fly. He was extremely uncomfortable. If he could, he would definitely rush into the arena and tear Ling Han apart. How could this be? Their Wang clan had invested so many resources in Wang Yefei, but in the end, he couldn't even be called a match for Ling Han. He had become a complete joke. This was not because Wang Yefei was weak, but because Ling Han was freakishly strong. How could there be such a monster in the world? Were the heavens trying to stop the rise of the Wang clan? Wang Yefei roared, and even took out his immortal foundation. It was a square silver stone with ancient patterns on it. He used the immortal foundation to smash toward Ling Han, his expression solemn. The immortal foundation was the core of foundation establishment. Once it was damaged, the martial artist's cultivation level would also fall, and they might even be slashed back to the mortal realm. Thus, taking out the immortal foundation to fight was also a martial artist's last resort. Ling Han coldly punched out, landing a punch on the immortal foundation. Peng, the immortal foundation was instantly sent flying. Wang Yifei also seemed to be heavily injured, his face extremely pale. He was one with the immortal foundation. Without even looking, it was obvious that a few cracks had already appeared on the immortal foundation. What a terrifying fist force! The firmness of the immortal foundation was comparable to the immortal foundation of the same level. Ling Han's fist could cause cracks to appear on the immortal foundation. What kind of terrifying strength was this? What kind of terrifying firmness was this? He gritted his teeth, summoned the immortal foundation back, and attacked Ling Han again. He lived his entire life for this day. If he couldn't become number one, then he would rather die a tragic death. Ling Han secretly shook his head. He somewhat admired Wang Yifei's determination, but to actually build one's life on someone else's praise, this was too stupid. Moreover, Wang Yifei wasn't a good person. He kept saying that he would kill him and cut off his flesh, so he couldn't sympathize with him at all. He punched again, adding a bit more force. Peng, Wang Yifei and his immortal foundation were sent flying. This time, he could no longer get up. Chapter 37-74. A beautiful romance. Such an exciting battle, too exciting. The MC shouted, "Now, the first winner of the day has finally appeared, and that is Ling Han." Following his hysterical roar, thunderous cheers echoed from the spectators' stand. Ling Han's performance is excellent, and we are pleased. We shall confer him the title of Red Commandant, serving in the Sky Marshal Mansion. An extremely loud voice echoed from the spectators' stand. It was the Azure Dragon Empire's emperor, Meng Yonghua. Ling Han's mouth curled up into a smile. He was conferred the title of Commandant and serving in the imperial household. Naturally, he had a reason to leave the hostage residence. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." On the spectators' stand, Meng Yonghua revealed a smear of displeasure. Tang Lei, who was at the side, quickly said, "Your Majesty, the Black North nation is primitive and uncivilized. When the citizens see the emperor, they all have to bow with cupped hands." Meng Yonghua finally understood and laughed, as expected of a citizen outside of civilization. In the future, the Black North nation will be able to bathe in the imperial grace of our empire. It will definitely be gradually civilized and not so primitive. Tang Lei laughed. He knew that Tang Yen and Ling Han were on good terms, and Ling Han was indeed worth befriending. Thus, he repeatedly helped Ling Han get out of trouble. Ha ha ha. Meng Yonghua laughed loudly and appeared to be very happy. On the spectators' stand, there were people who were shouting excitedly, but there were also people who were extremely disappointed. They were betting on how long Wang Yifei would take to win in the underground gambling house. They didn't expect that not only did Wang Yifei not win, but he also lost so miserably. There was also Ge Shuang, whose face was so black that it was about to drip water. He originally hoped that Wang Yifei would kill Ling Han and take revenge for him, but who would have thought that Wang Yifei would be so weak? What number 1 foundation establishment realm expert? Simply bullshit. On the imperial seats, Meng Yangcheng's expression was also very unpleasant. He naturally recognized Ling Han. Back then, in order to fight for the Buddha race's opportunity, he fought with Ling Han and was nearly killed. Had it not been for his subordinates who desperately blocked for him, he would already be dead. Of course, He wouldn't admit that he was the one who sucked the servants dry of their mystic power. This kid is really audacious. He actually dares to come here. He couldn't wait to go down and kill Ling Han, but what kind of place was this? Moreover, Ling Han had been personally conferred the title of nobility by Meng Yonghua. If he dared to make a move, losing the right to be the heir was a small matter. If it was serious, he might even be sentenced to death. With Meng Yonghua's temperamental nature, this was not impossible. Therefore, he could only endure it for now. However, since he had discovered Ling Han, he would not let Ling Han have an easy time in the following days, until he died. This battle had ended, but Meng Yonghua's birthday banquet naturally wasn't held. There was still the final battle of the Caste Tripod realm and the activities of the envoys from the various kingdoms. In short, it would at least last until midnight. Ling Han was fine, so he returned to the lounge. After a long time, Tang Yen finally came to find him. "I didn't know you were so strong." He punched Ling Han's chest. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried for so long." Ling Han laughed heartily. "I kept telling you not to worry, but you just had to worry blindly." "Fine, fine, fine. It is my fault, okay?" Tang Yen laughed. His mood was also very good. Ling Han obtained first place and was even conferred an official position by the emperor. Would the imperial clan residents still dare to control Ling Han now? "You are going to take up your official post tomorrow. Do you need me to send you off?" he asked. Ling Han shook his head. "You, the young marquis, are not an idle person, so I will not trouble you with everything." "All right, I will look for you for tea later." Tang Yen nodded. Since Ling Han was already out of the hostage residence and was a free man, it was easy for him to meet up. After the birthday banquet ended, Ling Han returned to the hostage residence. Just as he entered the door, he saw many people congratulating him. It turned out that the news of him being conferred an official by Meng Yonghua had already spread throughout the imperial capital. Even this hostage residence wasn't an exception. Awesome. Look, everyone was still a hostage, but Ling Han had already been conferred an official position by the current emperor. The difference was as great as the heavens. This kind of person must be on good terms. Not mentioning anything else, it would be good to have a few more days of freedom. On the contrary, the expressions of Lu Xuanyu and the others were ugly. They wished they could skin Ling Han alive. How could they have imagined that even the imperial clan residents could not stop Ling Han's rise? Now, they could only sit and watch Ling Han become stronger and stronger. An alchemy genius who could refine the foundation transformation pill, his future prospects were limitless. Ling Han swept his gaze over these few people. He did not even deign to stay. How could he treat these few people as his opponents? He stayed for a night. In the morning of the second day, he first cultivated for a while. Then, he walked out proudly. Lord Ling, the guards at the door naturally would not stop him. Instead, they greeted him in a fawning manner. This young man was really too incredible. Only how many days had it been, and he had already walked out of the hostage residence. In the future, he might even be conferred the title of Marquis. Ling Han smiled faintly and left with large strides. Behind him, Lu Xuanyu, Zhao Xiao, Han Bing, and Tan Zhengjie were all staring at him. Their expressions were so cold that it was about to drip water. "What do we do? Are we just going to watch as he grows stronger?" Tan Zhengjie said unwillingly. "If you have the ability, go assassinate him at night and perish together with him," Han Bing said sarcastically. "Didn't you always say that you would sacrifice your life for Sister Lu? Isn't this an extremely good opportunity?" Tan Zhengjie's face immediately fell. Firstly, he did not want to die. Secondly, even if he risked his life, he was completely not a match for Ling Han. He would only be sending himself to his death. "All of you, speak less. Lu Xuanyu said unhappily. I will definitely think of a way. I definitely will not let him run away like this. Zhao Xiao and Han Bing looked at each other and shook their heads inwardly. Ling Han was already clearly out of control. Could it be that you want to go to the Heavenly Marshal House to sleep with him again? The Heavenly Marshal House was the department in charge of the Imperial Capital's security. The Imperial Capital was very big, so the Heavenly Marshal House had set up many branches, each managing a small area. Ling Han was appointed as the Red Commandant by the Emperor. This was only a small 8th-grade official position. He was not even qualified to be a leader in the Heavenly Marshal House branch. He was assigned to a branch in the Da'an district. The head of this branch was a 7th-rank military officer named Yan Lisheng. After meeting with Ling Han, he appointed him as a team leader of the branch. However, because no team leader had resigned previously, Ling Han's current team leader was actually a commander without any subordinates under him. There's a murder case in Long Lane. I'll leave it to you. Yan Lisheng threw over a file. This was his first day on the job, and he already had a mission. Ling Han did not decline. He took the file and immediately flipped through it. A murder case has occurred in the Imperial Capital. The nature of the case is very bad. I'll give you 10 days. If you can't catch the murderer by then, you can resign. Yan Lisheng set a deadline for Ling Han. Chapter 3776. This new team leader was so fierce. Really? Of course it's true. I have an uncle who works in the headquarters. During lunch today, he told me personally that this fierce person has been assigned to our branch. Fuck. These soldiers all shook their heads. It looked like their team leaders were going to be out of luck. In the field, Ling Han smiled. All of you, come at me together. You really know how to show off. But since you've said so, I'll grant you your wish. These team leaders did not care about any sense of honor. They had originally wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson. As for what methods they had to use, they did not care at all. Besides, wasn't this Ling Han's own request? Their faces were all smiles, but they had already spread out information, ready to attack at any time. Go! Someone shouted. Immediately, the 13 team leaders attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Han. Ling Han stood proudly without moving. Pretentious people die faster. These 13 team leaders all said in their hearts, but their attacks did not slow down at all. Then it's all up to you. In the instant that the attacks were about to reach him, Ling Han's mind moved. Buzz, a wave of killing intent blasted out. Bam, 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 bam. This aura surged out like an avalanche. The 13 people involuntarily paused and then fell head first to the ground. Pfft. The soldiers watching from all sides all opened their mouths wide, completely stunned. No way, 13 team leaders had fallen just like that. They knew that Ling Han was strong. He had even defeated Wang Yifei. But without a single move, the 13 team leaders seemed to have been bewitched and had fallen on their own. Damn, this was too shocking. There was a smile on Ling Han's face, and he walked casually. However, every step he took landed on the backs of those captains, causing them to groan in pain. So heavy, even their bones were groaning. They were shocked. How could Ling Han be so strong? Did you have fun sparring? Ling Han asked. Happy my ass. Was there anyone who could be happy lying on the ground and being stepped on? But when they saw the dangerous expression on Ling Han's face, how could they dare to say that? They hurriedly nodded. Do you still want to play? Ling Han asked again. The 13 captains hurriedly shook their heads in unison. Ling Han nodded and walked out of the training field. He was very busy and had to find the murderer. There were still 2 auras that he hadn't eliminated, but it was getting late. Ling Han decided to call it a day and continue tomorrow. He didn't return to the hostage manor and stayed in the branch manor. In terms of conditions, the hostage residence was actually slightly better, but no matter how beautiful the prison was, how could it compare to the air of freedom? The night passed. Ling Han woke up early and faced the morning sun to cultivate. Not long after he finished his work, the mansion suddenly became noisy. He ran out to take a look, but his face sank, because last night, another person died, and his blood was sucked dry. Where? He hurriedly went up and asked. Elegant Flower Village, number 3 to number 4. Ling Han immediately moved out and headed towards Elegant Flower Village. He practically ran at full speed and quickly arrived at the scene of the murder. The surroundings had already been sealed off by the guards, prohibiting unauthorized people from entering. Ling Han walked in and saw a corpse lying on the ground, his face filled with fear. There were 2 rows of teeth marks on the neck of the corpse. They were very deep, but they shouldn't be fatal. So, the cause of death was still excessive blood loss. He took out the jade toad and extracted the auras again, then eliminated them one by one. There were originally only 2 suspects left, and after a comparison, there was only 1 left. Ling Han let the jade toad start tracking, and this toad immediately moved, facing one direction. You, follow me. Ling Han pointed at 3 people. The 3 hurriedly followed. Ling Han had taken down all 13 captains yesterday, and instantly established a strong reputation. So, they did as he said without thinking. Every time Ling Han turned a corner, he would use the jade toad to reposition himself. The 3 guards saw Ling Han fiddling with the toad, and were very puzzled. What was he playing at, and why did he want them to follow him? About half an hour later, Ling Han stopped in front of a very small and run-down courtyard. The direction that the jade toad was pointing at was this courtyard. Ling Han walked up and knocked on the door, but no one responded. He knocked again, but still no one answered. Ling Han released his divine sense and scanned the area. There was no one in the courtyard. He directly pushed the door open, and with a light shake of his secret power, the door broke. Captain Ling, the 3 guards hurriedly followed in, even more puzzled. Why did you barge into a commoner's home? Ling Han moved out a chair and sat in the courtyard, patiently waiting. The 3 guards were helpless, and could only squat in the corner, accompanying him. At noon, the door creaked open, and a tall man walked in. This man looked to be in his 30s, and his face was full of vigilance. He shouted at Ling Han and the other 3 guards, "Who are you? Why are you barging into my house?" Ling Han smiled faintly, "We are from Sky Marshal Mansion. As for why we are here, don't you know?" "I don't know what you are talking about." The middle-aged man shook his head, "Even if you are from Sky Marshal Mansion, you can't just barge into my house. I didn't do anything wrong, so I want you to leave immediately." Ling Han stood up and walked towards the middle-aged man. The man stepped aside, "Let's go." Ling Han shook his head, "Why do you want to suck people's blood?" The man's face changed. At first, he had thought that Ling Han had come in by accident, but when these words entered his ears, he understood that Ling Han definitely had a reason for his words. But how did Sky Marshal Mansion find him? When he was committing the crime, he was sure that the other party was alone, and there was no way there would be any witnesses. No, he had to silence them. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth. He bit down on Ling Han's neck, and his hands also spread out, grabbing at Ling Han's shoulders. He had revealed his true colors so quickly. "Captain Ling, be careful. He's the blood-sucking demon." The 3 guards quickly shouted. For a moment, they didn't even think about how Ling Han found the murderer. Ling Han reached out and, grabbed the man's neck. Under the suppression of his powerful strength, the man couldn't even think of moving. This man was only at the opening aperture realm. Strange. Ling Han used his ocular ability to scan the man, and couldn't help but be surprised. Where's the blood you sucked? Where did it go? The man's face was unusually pale, so when Ling Han used his ocular ability to scan him, he found that the blood in this man's body was pitifully little, only a few tenths of a normal person's. To be able to cultivate to the blood transformation realm, one's blood should be incomparably vigorous. How could it be so weak? Chapter 3777. A Beautiful Romance. Ling Han's finger slashed out like a blade, easily cutting open the middle-aged man's skin. Blood seeped out from the wound, as if there was no blood in this person's body. A blood-sucking monster should have a lot of blood in its body. Why did it look like a dried corpse? Huh! The three soldiers all cried out in surprise, their faces filled with intense shock. This kind of scene wasn't something that could be seen every day. Ling Han lifted the middle-aged man up a bit and said, "Tell me, why did you kill people?" The middle-aged man's expression of fear suddenly changed, and he bared his fangs at Ling Han with a ferocious expression. Ling Han slightly tightened his fingers, and immediately, cracking sounds could be heard. However, the middle-aged man didn't react at all, as if the person Ling Han was pinching wasn't him at all. Huh? Doesn't it hurt? Do you want to know? Let me bite you once, and you'll understand, said the middle-aged man, his eyes emitting a scarlet light. Ling Han instantly felt a will invading his sea of consciousness, wanting to control him. However, the three immortal foundations in his sea of consciousness lightly shook, and the evil will that invaded immediately vanished like smoke in thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But behind Ling Han, the three soldiers all reached out to grab Ling Han's neck. The eyes of these three people turned scarlet. They were being controlled. In terms of quality, Ling Han's immortal foundation could be said to be supreme, so no evil could invade it. However, the three soldiers didn't have such powerful abilities, and were immediately bewitched. Ling Han opened his mouth and spat out a Buddhist incantation. Pung! Black smoke rose from the bodies of the three soldiers, and they were instantly annihilated. The eyes of the three immediately recovered. They were all at a loss, and there was even a strong fear in them. Just now, I felt like I was possessed by a ghost. I couldn't control my body at all. No, it was a will that affected me, causing me to completely lose myself. They were terrified. If Ling Han had not dispelled the evil aura, who knew what they would have done? You're actually a descendant of the Buddhist race? The middle-aged man was also shocked. The 6 words Wisdom King mantra was one of the 2 ultimate techniques of the Buddhist path. It was used to purify all living things and purify evil. For him to see it on a youth was truly unexpected. I'm not surprised, Ling Han said with a smile. Brat, don't be too pleased with yourself. It's impossible for you to know anything, said the middle-aged man. Pa! His entire head exploded like a watermelon. White brain matter splattered everywhere, but there was barely any blood. Ling Han instantly opened up a starlight screen, blocking all the filth. However, the 3 soldiers did not have such strength. Caught off guard, they were splashed all over their bodies. Some people had good immunity, while others couldn't. They immediately vomited at the side. Ling Han frowned. This murderer actually self-destructed. Thus, the clues came to an abrupt end. This middle-aged man was indeed the murderer, but why did he suck blood, and where did the blood go? These questions had yet to be answered. Bring him back to the branch, said Ling Han, casually tossing the headless corpse to the ground. Yes, sir. The 3 soldiers hurriedly straightened their bodies and respectfully complied. Ling Han returned to the branch. He had a feeling that the middle-aged man's death was not the end of the blood-sucking incident. On the contrary, it was very likely just the beginning. When the 3 soldiers brought the middle-aged man's corpse back, the entire branch was in an uproar. How could it not be shocking? There had already been 7 blood-sucking cases before, and the time span spanned over half a month. However, no one had solved any of the cases. But when it came to Ling Han, who had just arrived at the branch and didn't have a single soldier under him, he had actually only used a day and a half to solve the case and capture the murderer. Of course, the only flaw was that the murderer had committed suicide. The 13 captains all had dark expressions. The more capable Ling Han was, the more it accentuated their incompetence. Fuck, you clearly already have the clues, why didn't you bring them along when you were capturing the murderer? Someone immediately went to snitch, saying that Ling Han had no sense of teamwork and only knew how to be a hero. Otherwise, with the other captains, they would definitely be able to capture the murderer alive and not let him commit suicide. And it wasn't just one. The other captains all chimed in, completely ignoring the fact that Ling Han had solved the case. Instead, they used the fact that they didn't capture the murderer alive to criticize him. Most importantly, it was as if Yan Lisheng had gone blind, and had severely reprimanded Ling Han. Ling Han sneered. This guy had purposely made things difficult for him on the first day he arrived, making him take over a troublesome case, and even demanding that it be solved within 10 days. Now that he had solved the case, he was making a big deal out of it. He was simply bullying others too much. The other party was still talking, so Ling Han directly turned and left. Ling Han! Ling Han! Yan Lisheng roared loudly, but Ling Han acted as if he didn't hear him, and had already walked out. Fuck! He couldn't help but be driven mad, and began to smash things, scaring the guards that wanted to come in to see the situation into retreating one by one. After fuming for a while, he turned on the communication device. Lord Ma, that brat actually solved the murder case. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely make trouble for him, and make him resign obediently and scram back to the hostage manor. All right, I will report to you when it's done. Ling Han rented a courtyard in the vicinity, and then brought the large black dog and perverted pig over from the hostage manor. He logged onto the star web, and sent the address to the Empress. After another half an hour or so, the Empress, Hunyou, and the milk babies appeared one after another. Lin Luo, Zhou Heng, and the others had already entered into various sections. With their talent, there was definitely no problem in nurturing them as key disciples, and they might even become Dao children in future. Ling Han. Hunyou was the first to jump over, and immediately hugged him like a koala. Ling Han broke into a smile. A large part of the reason why he worked so hard was because of these people by his side. They were his motivation. Hello, Daddy. The 7 milk babies giggled. After so long, they still looked like milk babies, as if they wouldn't grow up. However, their strength improved very quickly, and they all advanced into the extreme level of the foundation building tier, not the slightest bit inferior to Ling Han. Tang Yun, meanwhile, pursed her lips. The appearance of this handsome guy caused the Empress to ignore her. This was too much. The family reunited. Unfortunately, people like Lu Yutong and the others could only be trapped in the inner world. Ling Han believed that when his strength grew a little stronger, even if these people hadn't reached the level of celestial venerable tier, he would still have the ability to send them out safely. This night, the Ling family was a scene of jubilation. Early the next morning, everyone faced the morning sun and cultivated. The Empress, the large black dog, and the others were all about to reach the peak stage of the foundation building tier, and Ling Han just so happened to have a large amount of foundation transformation pills in his possession, which would be enough for them to cultivate the foundation of celestial Tao to the utmost perfection when they broke through. After cultivating, Ling Han logged onto the star web to begin the ranking battles. Chapter 3778. Ling Han originally wanted to challenge Shi and earn another wave of ticket money, but he didn't expect Shi to break through. He was now a cauldron forging expert. Although the star web could suppress one's cultivation level to achieve a relatively fair battle, it was unfair for true geniuses to suppress their own cultivation. If they didn't fight at their own level, it would affect them no matter what. Therefore, Shi rejected his challenge and only told him to break through to cauldron forging as soon as possible to start another great battle. Not only Shi, but Myriad Daos and Heaven Breaker also broke through to cauldron forging and didn't want to fight Ling Han at the same level. Fine, if I can't earn this money, then I'll go break records and make some money. Ling Han began to break all sorts of records, be it strength limit, speed limit, as long as it was a record, he would break it. Each time he broke it, he would be rewarded with 1,000 cosmic credits, which added up to quite a lot. He was now at extreme foundation establishment, and his strength was tyrannical to the extreme. He broke almost all the records one by one. Although he hadn't truly battled against the primordial first in the same cultivation level, and hadn't even battled against the Myriad Dao and Heaven-Shattering Sword, everyone now agreed that in terms of talent and aptitude, Ling Han was definitely the strongest in all of eternity. Although being the strongest and fastest didn't mean that one's battle prowess was the highest, when one reached the heights of Ling Han and Shi, who was weaker in terms of battle awareness? Ling Han surpassed the trio in all aspects and was definitely the strongest prodigy since the beginning of time. Right now, the entire universe was searching for the four of them. Some wanted to take them in as disciples, but there were even more who hoped to capture them and slowly study their secrets. They were so unbelievably monstrous that it was impossible for them to appear out of thin air. Fortunately, Ling Han's group of four hid their identities very well. They were clearly famous on the star web, and the entire universe had heard of their names, but no one knew who they really were. For example, Ling Han. Who would have thought that the hostage sent by Xianbei country would be the number one under the starry sky, who was even more monstrous than Shi and the others? The next 2 days were very ordinary. Aside from cultivating, Ling Han would concoct alchemical pills, spend time with his wife and children, and watch the large black dog and the perverted pig look at each other in disdain. Although it was simple, it was filled with warmth, causing Ling Han to feel like he wanted to leave everything behind and spend the rest of his life like this. But as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately shivered. In this world where martial power reigned supreme, how could there be a true tranquil place? Only with absolute strength could he protect the people around him, and only then could he maintain the current peace. But on the fourth day, something happened. Ling Han went to the branch as usual, but he was immediately called to Yan Lisheng's place. Peng, as soon as the other party saw him enter, he slammed the report in his hand on the table, pointed at him angrily, and said, "Ling Han, do you know what the crime of deceiving the emperor is?" Ling Han smiled faintly, sat on the chair, and said, "Don't randomly accuse me." The other party was only at the human crucible level, so he was not afraid. Yan Lisheng suppressed his anger, and said, "Last night, there was another vampire murder, and it was 3 in a row. So, the corpse you brought back is not the murderer at all." Oh. Ling Han's eyes lit up. Previously, with the vampire's suicide, all the clues were broken, and many questions were buried. Now there was another vampire murder. Although it was a tragedy, it also meant that he could find new answers. He picked up the murder report and looked at it, and said, "These are 3 new murderers." "Why are you so sure that there are 3 people?" Yan Lisheng said. The cause of death of the 3 victims was exactly the same, all of their blood had been sucked out, and it was shockingly similar. Intuition. Ling Han said, "The person you brought back before is definitely the murderer of the previous 8 murders. Now there are 3 new murderers, what are they hiding behind? Since you've solved the first serial blood-sucking murder case, then I'll leave the other 3 cases to you. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't solve the cases in time, I'll hold you accountable." Yan Lisheng said arrogantly. Ling Han did not speak, and just stared at him, which made Yan Lisheng feel a little uncomfortable. Lord Yan, don't make a mistake, he said faintly. You're threatening me. Yan Lisheng was furious. You're just at the foundation establishment stage, so how can you be so arrogant? Ling Han smiled, and said, I'll take this case, and I'll find the murderer within 3 days. It's not because I'm afraid of you, but because I'm interested in it. In the future, whether or not I'll take cases will depend on my mood. After saying that, he swaggered off. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Lisheng began to smash the furniture crazily again. Ling Han immediately went to the homes of the 3 victims. The homes of the 3 victims were about the same distance from him, so Ling Han randomly chose one. When he arrived, he immediately used the jade toad to collect the auras. After eliminating the soldiers, family members, and friends, there were only 3 unfamiliar auras left, and he tracked them one by one. The first one was not. Ling Han shook his head. He used the eye sorcery to take a look, and this person's qi and blood were normal, so he shouldn't be the murderer. Switch. The second person was a middle-aged woman. Ling Han's eyes swept over her, and he immediately launched an attack. Xiao, he instantly appeared in front of her, and struck out with his palm. Not only did he seal her cultivation level, he also sealed her divine sense. This person had pitifully little blood in her body, so she must be the murderer who sucked blood. Ling Han brought the middle-aged woman back to the branch residence, and directly threw her in front of Yan Lisheng. The murderer has been captured alive, so I'll leave the rest to you. Yan Lisheng's anger still hadn't dissipated, and he looked coldly at Ling Han. You said she's the murderer, so she's the murderer? Ling Han shrugged. You can release her restriction and interrogate her yourself. Yan Lisheng frowned, and then loudly said, Guards. The soldiers outside immediately came in. What orders does Milord have? Prepare a torture room, and prepare for interrogation. Yes. 2 soldiers came, dragged the middle-aged woman away, and tied her hands and feet. All the captains were also present. Although they didn't participate in the arrest, if they participated in the interrogation, they would naturally be able to get some credit. After the restriction was released, the middle-aged woman immediately revealed a terrified expression. Why did you guys capture me? I didn't commit any crime. Ling Han pointed a finger, and the middle-aged woman's left hand instantly exploded, but strangely, only a pitiful amount of blood gushed out. The middle-aged woman immediately looked toward Ling Han, and a cold expression appeared on her face. It's you again. She said. Huh? Ling Han couldn't help but be startled. How did this middle-aged woman recognize him? If it was said that she was in cahoots with the blood-sucking male from before, Ling Han would believe it. However, that blood-sucking male didn't have the slightest bit of contact with the outside world until he self-detonated, so how did this middle-aged woman recognize him? Strange as expected. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.